members are present.
Thank you. And we will now have the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. And now we are on to the agenda. We will have agenda changes or deletions to the current agenda, and I do not believe there are any. So we will move on to presentations, and we have a presentation on SB 1383, composting requirements by Zero Waste Sonoma. And I will ask Patrick Carter to kick off this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my honor to introduce Zinsi Tan from Zero Waste Sonoma. Zero Waste Sonoma is a joint powers authority agency, government agency with membership of all the 10 Sonoma County jurisdictions, the 9 cities in the county of Sonoma, dealing with waste issues throughout Sonoma County. And Zinsi Tan is a waste management specialist from that organization that is going to be discussing SB 1383, which is relatively new legislation throughout the state that has to do with reducing the amount of organic material. That means like food waste and green waste and vegetable trimmings and tree branches and grass clippings, those types of things. Keeping those out of the landfill and also increasing the amount of food recovery, feeding hungry people instead of letting that material go to waste. So with that, I'm going to share my screen and I will turn it over to Zinsi, who will give the presentation. So Zinsi, go ahead and take it away.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Hello, City Council members. As Patrick mentioned, I am Zinsi Tan with Zero Waste Sonoma. I'm the Organics Program Manager. And thank you so much for the opportunity to present about 1383 today. It is one of the most significant state policies on waste reduction and solid waste passed in California. I would argue it is one of the most important or significant pieces of legislation passed in the country as well. 1383 is titled Short-Lived Climate Pollutants, and that is because the policy is aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions, primarily from organic material, as Patrick said, food and yard debris ending up in the landfill. Next slide. So climate change is affecting California, and as we have seen, California is experiencing the impacts of climate change through increased drought, fire, increased water levels, and a lot of this can be mitigated or minimized if we can decrease the amount of organic material that is being landfilled. So landfilled organic materials do emit a super pollutant called methane, and it is a lot more powerful than CO2. California throws away more than 6 million tons of food waste every year, and this is in a situation where in California millions are food insecure. Next slide. This slide shows a summary of SB 1383, should say goals instead of requirements. So these are statewide goals that the state hopes to have passed by 2025. And I should mention that these goals are not specific to the city of Petaluma. So this means that you don't have to worry about meeting these goals for a city if they're statewide goals. So in 2022, the regulations will take effect on January 1st. In 2025, the statewide goal is that there is a 75% reduction in landfilled organic waste. Again, this means food waste, such as food scraps, leftovers, as well as yard debris, like grass clippings and tree trimmings. By 2025, there is another state goal of a 20% increase in the recovery of currently disposed edible food. So this means essentially that it's not a recovery from the landfill specifically, it's for big producers of food like grocery stores and wholesalers to donate food that would otherwise be thrown away but is actually still good to eat, to instead have that food be donated to feed people. Next slide. So this slide is just a quick timeline of what has happened with 1383 and the regulations and where we're going. So in September 2016, 1383 was officially signed into law by Governor Brown. In January 2019 was when the formal rulemaking process began. So this was when the state started developing the regulations that would be specific to 1383. In late 2020, the regulations were officially adopted. And as I mentioned, you can see in red, January 1st, 2022 is when the regulations take effect and when state enforcement begins. And then 2024 is when the regulations require local governments to take enforcement on non-compliant generators. So businesses specifically that are not maybe using their green bin or not donating food when they're required to. And in January 1st of 2025 is when we have those two statewide goals of 75% decrease in organics disposal and a 20% increase in edible food recovery. Next slide. So 1383 will have a lot of moving parts, and this slide summarizes the responsibilities that the city will have to plan for. And before I go on, I should mention that many of these responsibilities will be taken care of by the JPA, Zero Waste Sonoma, as well as your franchise hauler, Recology. So the first requirement in 1383 is to provide organics collection services to all residents and businesses. So this really means providing the green bin service for your residents and businesses to separate their food scraps, landscaping debris from their recycling and garbage. Please keep in mind that this is a requirement. Currently, the city provides this service as an opt-in program. So now with 1383, it is a requirement for everyone to have the service. Number two is for the city to establish edible food recovery program. So this means providing education and resources to primarily businesses that are required to donate food and helping them get in compliance. Number three is to conduct education and outreach to the community about 1383 requirements. Number four is to procure required organic waste products. So this means examples are compost or mulch, as well as recycled content paper products. Number five is to secure access to recycling and edible food recovery capacity. And when I say recycling here, I really mean composting. So if there is enough capacity to serve and the region, we should be good. And if studies either done by Zero Waste Sonoma or the city show that there is not enough capacity for food recovery, then we would have to come up with some sort of plan or funding to increase the capacity as needed. And then finally, number six, the city has to plan for monitoring of compliance and conduct enforcement. Next slide. Okay, so 1383 is very different from a lot of previous state policies because it doesn't just apply to waste management and recycling departments. It's going to affect every single department in the city. So as you can see here, I'm presenting to you a city council because you need to know what's coming up with 1383 and you need to be prepared when to pass an ordinance later in the year. But it also affects many other departments from finance and legal, actually your parks, your public works as it comes to procurement, the environmental health departments, and public transportation. Next slide. Okay, a lot of words here. Stick with me. So this is a more detailed timeline of 2021 of what we've done with 1383 implementation and what we have to plan for the next few months of the year. So on the left side, you can see the darker blue arrows indicate the months where we've already done some actions, and the lighter blue arrows are indicating actions that the city will need to take. So in February, I sent out initial notification letters to all commercial and multifamily generators in the county. So this includes in the city of Petaluma, about 1383 requirements, just to give everyone a heads up of what's coming. The JPA, Zero Waste Sonoma, started meeting monthly with jurisdiction staff. So Patrick has been the city of Petaluma's representative in these meetings. In March, the agency provided a model environmental purchasing policy, as well as a model edible food recovery agreement. This agreement is a model for food recovery organizations to have with their food recovery service. So if, say for example, the food bank, Redwood Empire Food Bank would have this agreement with a restaurant, for example. The agency also identified Tier 1 and Tier 2 food recovery generators. So Tier 1 and Tier 2 generators are, as I mentioned previously, large producers of food like supermarkets, restaurants over 5,000 square feet, schools, and wholesalers. In April, the agency finalized our fiscal year 21-22 budget, and this included funding for 1383 implementation efforts. Currently, I'm the only staff member working on 1383, but we will be hiring a half-time FTE for this next fiscal year who may be a full-time FTE next year. The agency also started our waste characterization study. As a reminder, I don't know if all of you know this, but the last time we had a countywide waste characterization study was in 2014. And so we're overdue for another study. This will show us what is in our garbage and essentially provide a baseline for us to work with as we try to meet the state goals for decreasing organic material in the landfill. In April, our agency also received a CalRecycle food recovery grant. This grant is aimed to, start increasing food recovery capacity in Sonoma County. And then in June, the agency created an SB 1383 info brochure for distribution to commercial generators. So this brochure was designed by a graphic designer, and it basically summarizes all of 1383 requirements in a more succinct and a prettier way. Because back in February, when I first sent that initial letter, it was just a letter, and I can imagine some people might have just thrown it away. But this brochure should be eye-catching, and it should make the regulations easy to understand. In June, I also started working with Recology and the other franchise haulers to start approving waivers for eligible generators. So there are currently 2 waivers are available for generators. One is de minimis waiver, which means that the business does not produce very much organic material that can be composted. So an example would be like a car repair shop. The second waiver that's available for generators is the space constraint waiver. And so this is mostly for places that don't have, maybe they have a small parking lot and they don't have space for a third dumpster for organics, for collecting organics. And maybe their parking lot is also very cramped and they don't have a lot of space to have that dumpster be outside the enclosure. The third thing that we worked on in June is that the agency renewed our membership to the Recyclist. So the Recyclist is a cloud-based software that allows record keeping to be a lot easier. It's also the tool that we're hoping will make it very easy for city staff members, Zero Waste Sonoma, and the haulers to have a central database for all records that are required under 1383. Okay, so now it's July. And I'm hoping by the end of the month that I will be sending out these info brochures and secondary notification letters to commercial and multifamily generators. Currently, Zero Waste Sonoma is also working with the jurisdictions to explore this direct service provider option for helping meet procurement targets. And then for the rest of the year in August through December, the agency hopes to finalize the MOU, which I'll talk about a little bit more later, between the agency and the jurisdictions. The city has to complete franchise agreement amendments and pass the enforcement ordinance in preparation for 2022. Okay, next slide. Okay, so here's a little bit more detail about the MOU that I mentioned. Zero Waste Sonoma has been working on this MOU for the past year and a half, and Patrick's been involved with these discussions. So MOU stands for Memorandum of Understanding, and this MOU delegates certain responsibilities of under 1383 to the agency, so that this essentially helps the city get in compliance. Some of the responsibilities that will be delegated include education outreach, reporting and record keeping, the organic material processing capacity, and also including food recovery capacity planning and diversion planning. And lastly, monitoring of generator compliance and approval of waivers. Next slide. Okay, so 1383 is a lot. I know there are a lot of moving parts, and I know this is quite overwhelming, but this slide aims to summarize the actions that the city should take before January 1st of 2022. So the first one is to have the enforcement ordinance in place. The state did provide a model ordinance, and I went through and kind of made it more specific to Zero Waste Sonoma, or I'm sorry, to Sonoma County. And so in the next few months, Patrick will probably work with your legal counsel to further, work on that ordinance so that it's more specific to Petaluma. And then second, provide organics collection service to all single family, multifamily, and commercial generators. As I mentioned, under 1383, this is a requirement. It is no longer an opt-in program. I also mentioned that the city will have to amend your franchise agreement with Recology because your current agreement does not satisfy all the requirements for 1383. One of the requirements under 1383 is to monitor for contamination. So this means lid flips, essentially, and also increase education to let people know, businesses and residents, about the upcoming requirements. Number three, all generators must be notified of 1383 requirements. So as I mentioned, the agency and the hauler have been working on this already in the past year. We will continue to provide and produce educational material in the next few months. And, I'll probably just send this to Patrick and you can post it on your website or your social media. Number four is to have the procurement policy in place. So the procurement requirements under 1383 have already been included in the environmental purchasing policy that Zero Waste Sonoma provided earlier in the year. So we have this model that the city can adopt or amend your existing policy if you already have one. Just keep in mind that next year, 2022, is the first year where the city will have procurement targets that you'll have to meet. And then lastly, have a plan and procedure for enforcement. Most of this should be taken care of in the first bullet point, the enforcement ordinance, but it'll still require some sort of coordination among your staff, just because you'll have to designate, an enforcement officer and kind of have a plan of what will happen if there is a generator who's not compliant. Next slide. Okay, so funding impacts with 1383, it will have a lot of, like I said, a lot of moving parts. So the first one is procurement. This is just an estimation for using a calculator that the state provided. The procurement target is rather large for the city of Petaluma because it's based on population. And so we're estimating that the city might have to spend between $160,000 to $200,000 if you're just buying compost and mulch. Like I said in earlier slides, we are exploring this direct service provider option. I won't go too much into detail with that, but it will decrease a lot of this cost if we can essentially take credit for the farms, for example, who are already buying compost, then the city can just kind of take credit for it and you don't have to buy it directly. The second thing with funding impacts is food recovery capacity expansion. So we don't really have an estimate for how much this will cost because we would need to do the study to see if we're lacking capacity. But if there is, then Zero Waste Sonoma will work with the city of Petaluma to figure out a plan and also funding. And then the third thing is, of course, your staff time. There are a lot of records under 1383 that have to be kept. And those records can be input to the recyclist. And the reporting aspects will mostly be taken care of by Zero Waste Sonoma, but it will require some coordination with your staff. Fourth is Recology's franchise fee increase. As I mentioned, there are a lot of requirements under 1383 that are not currently covered under your franchise agreement. And so once you amend your franchise agreement, there will probably be a fee increase. And then lastly, the enforcement of regulations. I would think that this is mostly have to do with staff time when you're issuing, notices of violations or just doing enforcement action. Okay, next slide. So this is my contact information if you want to have any questions or want to discuss further. But at this point, I'm going to turn it back to Patrick for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Cincy. And just before there gets to be too much nervousness about amending the franchise agreement and some of those additional fees that are attached to that, I think this presentation, I think, was done for countywide. So there's other cities that have not yet amended their franchise agreements. The city of Petaluma has, and the requirements of SB 1383 were part of our amendments that were done late last year in December of last year. So there were parts put into that franchise amendment related to new containers to make those consistent throughout the city. The Recology is required to do all the record keeping and the monitoring for contamination that Cincy described. All commercial, industrial, and residential businesses, homes in Petaluma have green waste service, have organic service currently. For commercial and industrial, that was included in February when the first rate increases went into effect at that point. So now every commercial business within the city of Petaluma can have free organic service throughout the city. So that has already been incorporated into our fees, so that won't be another necessary increase in Recology's franchise fees. Will not be increasing as a result of that, but we've got that baked into the rates currently. If Recology needs to purchase new equipment to meet these new requirements, that's also included in there. So that's on them to purchase new equipment to make this happen. So I wanted to make sure the council wasn't hearing this presentation and hearing a whole bunch of new dollar signs as a result. Some cities haven't taken action on this yet, but we took action back in December. There will be more, this will be coming back to the council, both that memorandum of understanding that Cincy described, as well as the ordinances that are necessary, that are required by the state to be adopted before the end of the year. So we'll be bringing this back. Right now we're envisioning as a package for the council's consideration this fall. So just wanted to put that out there and make myself available for questions if the council has them. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Cincy, as well. That was very interesting, and I see two hands up for questions. So I hope you. Oh, good. Now that I'm on the big screen, you moved. So I hope both of you will be available for questions. So let's start with Council Member Healy, and then go to Council Member Fisher.
Thank you. I was just wondering if there was any state funding for all these mandates, or if this is instead the mother of all unfunded mandates from the state of California.
It is an unfunded mandate from the state of California. They provide in the legislation that because cities are able to increase franchise fees, that's how we're able to pay for it. So unfortunately, it pushes this mandate back to the local
That's
level.
the most easily evaded rule ever. Thank you.
I will say that there has been a push from a lot of jurisdictions across the state for some funding to be made available, from the state, and there is something in the works. So hopefully, the city of Petaluma will see some of that funding in the future.
And fortunately, Zero Waste Sonoma was successful in their grant application to help with the capacity building on food recovery. So that's a little bit of assistance that we're receiving as a county through their efforts.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Couple of quick questions. The 75% reduction, what is the baseline for that reduction? Excuse me.
Yeah, so the baseline is the 2014 waste characterization study that the state did. This was a statewide study, so 2014.
And when is the study that you started in April going to be finished?
So the dry season sampling should be done, I want to say September or August, and then the wet season sampling will be finished in February of next year. So we'll have those numbers in March of next year.
Awesome. And then one last thing, I didn't understand the procurement of compost component of this.
Yes. So the state included this requirement because they wanted to close the loop. So since the main requirement of 1383 is for residents and businesses to start, diverting their organic material from the landfill, this would produce a lot of organic waste products, right, like compost and mulch. And the concern was that if we have this increase in supply, we also need to build the demand. And so they decided to make the cities, the jurisdictions, create that demand by having this requirement for procurement. It is very unfortunate because I think they were mostly thinking of Southern California, where compost is not as highly valued as it is here in Northern California. And this has been an issue that we've raised multiple times with the state. However, they stand firm with this requirement. The only way we can get out of it is the direct service provider option that I had mentioned in my presentation. And it is essentially, if there is already currently a market in your area, that the city would have to have contracts essentially with, say, like the farmers it would just be a simple contract to take credit for the compost that they are procuring, and that would apply to the city's procurement target. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So like Farmers Food Print, which is a 1%, right, on restaurant bills, an option to provide compost to local farms. Would that be part of that process? Would they be included?
Yes. So we have Zero Waste Sonoma has been talking to Zero Food Print, is I think what you mean. Yeah. And they already do a lot of carbon sequestration, carbon farming work. So they are buying compost. And yes, so that would be a great example of if the city had an agreement with Zero Food Print, then we could take credit for the compost that they're buying.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions that are just based on my ignorance. You mentioned direct service providers. Who are direct service providers? What are examples of that?
Yeah, so that was just a term that is used in the regulations. I know it's not the best, but essentially what that means is it really could be anybody. The state has told us that it could be farms, it could be vineyards, anybody that is already buying compost mulch, as long as the city has some sort of a written agreement with that organization, then we can take credit for what they're buying. And that would decrease the city's procurement target.
Okay, and then you also mentioned that information brochures were going to go out to everybody, and are they just going out to multifamilies and commercial, or are they going also to all households? And how will it go out? By mail?
Yes, that's a good question. Yes, it's going to be going out by mail, and I will be sending it out to businesses, commercial operators, as well as multifamily only. The reason why is most of 1383 requirements are affecting commercial and multifamily. The residents really only have to worry about using their green can, and so it's just not worth the expense of sending it to all households.
Okay, and then in terms of, you mentioned contamination and that would include a lid flip. What's a lid flip?
Oh, yes. That's, I guess, an industry term. So right now, as I understand it with Recology, they're planning to do these lid flips. And so it basically entails Recology to, sample each route and go and just look into the bin to look for contamination.
Oh,
and if
okay.
there is contamination, to provide education to that specific either household or business to correct their behavior.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the council? Seeing no one raise their hand, thank you for the presentation, Patrick and Cincy. We look forward to getting our ordinance together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we are on to general public comment, and I will ask our city clerk if she has received any general public comment.
Madam Mayor, we received 3 general public comments, which are posted online with the agenda packet.
Thank you. And so now I will ask Patrick to put on his other hat and see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak on general public comment. These are items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, I'm going to start my 30-second timer. Members of the public wishing to speak on general public comment, which are items not on the current agenda, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. So I'm starting that timer now, at the end of which we will count up how many speakers we have and divide the time accordingly. Just a reminder, raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you're participating by phone to speak. Attendees will be muted when their time expires or when their comments have concluded, whichever comes first. Speakers are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from the meeting. And if you're unable to speak during the time allotted, please send your comments to the email address on the screen, cityclerk@cityofpetaluma.org. We have 6 speakers wishing to speak now. Last speaker will be Susan Burks. And the first speaker is Paul G, followed by Susan Hootkins. So Paul G, you may unmute. Hold on just one second. Let me reset my timer to 3 minutes. And Paul, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, Mayor Barrett and honorable city council members. Thank you for my time to speak tonight. Over the last 5 months, I certainly hope the city of Petaluma has not wasted valuable city resources on updating its municipal code chapter 14.44 wireless telecommunications facility and antenna criteria. 3 2021 California state telecom bills that have not yet passed or been signed into law, and the June 2021 lawsuit, Children's Health Defense versus the FCC, regarding the FCC's order that amends its over-the-air reception device rule, will change the telecom landscape quite significantly in the next 3 months. Since April, I've been engaged full-time in Sacramento working to defeat 3 terrible telecom bills. SB 556, the Destroy Local Control and Child Endangerment Wireless Bill, AB 537, the Deemed Approved, Deemed Permit Issued Wireless Bill, and SB 378, the Cheap Microtrenching and No Public Access to Fiber Bill. You can view our efforts at defeating these bills at wirecalifornia.org/opposition. The following is excerpted from our testimony opposing AB 537 at the Senate Governance and Finance Committee on July 8th. Wireless of any G is cheap, third-rate broadband service, far inferior to fiber optic or cable service directly to homes. Wireless infrastructure is not reliably fast enough and not symmetric. Broadband must now have the same speed up and down. Who says that? The Department of Treasury in their June 2021 funding requirements for broadband coronavirus recovery funds. Wireless broadband from wireless infrastructure can't meet this standard. Full stop. According to Ookla Speechek and PC Magazine in 2021, 5G is no faster than 4G, and its asymmetric upload speeds are a small fraction of its download speeds. What is needed for federal broadband funding is 100 megabits download, what I receive, and 100 megabits upload, what I send. Only cable or fiber to the home can do this. Wireless can't reliably do this. It's not future-proof. Wireless uses microwave radiation through the air, a proven carcinogen, neurotoxin, and immunosuppressor to send and receive data. By contrast, fiber optics uses visible light through a cable to send and receive data. The difference between wireless and fiber optic frequencies are 6 orders of magnitude, or 1 million times. This means fiber optics can carry over 1 million times more data than wireless can. AB 537 will be a deemed approved nightmare for localities. It will pit millions of Californians against their cities and counties, local governments that are obligated to deliver actual public safety and quiet enjoyment of streets. Californians do not want their neighborhoods flooded with cell towers outside their bedroom windows. Please understand that FCC 60-day shot clocks for so-called small cells were ruled by the Ninth Circuit to be presumptive only. That means they are statements of FCC preferences, not federal law. Don't let the wireless industry bamboozle you. AB 537 is attempting to...
Thank you for your comments, Paul. Sorry I had to cut you off. Your 3 minutes were up. Next speaker is Susan Hootkins, followed by John Hanania. Susan, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm a trustee, Petaluma's representative with the Marin-Sonoma Mosquito and Vector Control District in partnership with the Conservation Corps of North Bay. We are having a free tire recycling event on July 31st and August 1st from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And it will be at the Conservation Corps' office at 11 Pimentel Court, Novato, California. There is a non-tire limit, and we will only be accepting tires under 4 feet. If you go to the msmosquito.com webpage, at the home page, you will see several photos that scroll. When you come to the tire photo, you can click on that and all the information will be there, including a map of the location. So that's it.
All right, thank you very much, Susan. We'll look at that website and see if we can cross-post that to our social media as well. Thank you for that comment. Next speaker is John Hanania, followed by Karen Obaid. John, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Greeting. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Great. Well, I highly encourage you all to look and maybe ask yourself a question. How is it that horrible, horrible people in third world countries and dictators have more respect from the public than you have respect? I can give you the answer, but maybe you want to look into it, because they say what they mean and they mean what they say. Not like you guys. You guys are nothing but pure hypocrites. Last week, I point out to you how Flynn lied about the repair for the police department. And I pointed out to Brian Barnicle, who time after time at farmers market, when he was running for campaign, you know, how he's gonna hold everybody accountable. And it's in his, if you Google his name, you'll see it there, you know, under his campaign. He's gonna hold people accountable. If you look at the Brown Act, the Brown Act doesn't tell you to be silent. Silent is not a sign of wisdom, okay? You can ask questions, you can give direction, which is you guys seem to do that when you have a passion about issue or you have interest in, but you don't seem to give a damn when somebody else say anything, okay? If you hired someone who is lying to you and lying to the community, okay, and anybody in member of the community can go on a workshop back in May and you'll see how she was wishy-washy when she changed her mind when she got asked questions about the repair. You know, if she changed her mind right away, but I think I know why. As Mike Healy put it, she needs a vacation because she's gonna have a meltdown. Maybe she was having a meltdown. She didn't mean to lie. It wasn't a lie. She was just, oh, having a meltdown. Poor me, or maybe she was talking out of the wrong end. Who knows? So at what point you guys gonna, have a backbone and quit being a wooden Indian, okay? Brian Barnacle and Dennis Pusake, who run their campaign, honesty, integrity, and they're going to hold people accountable. Well, if I don't hear it, I don't see it, I don't believe it. So you can sit there and say all you want about what you're doing, and you can tell the public, oh, well, you don't know what we're doing. Well, you're right. We don't know because we don't hear it. But you seem to talk so much when you have a passion about an issue or bicycle lane, get your head out of your what and start doing the right thing.
Next speaker is Taryn Obaid, followed by Beverly Alexander. Taryn, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I wanted to make two comments tonight, two different topics. The first is I wanted to draw everyone's attention to an article that was recently written and published about Petaluma, about something we are all so proud of. Everybody in this meeting and everybody in the city would say we are super proud about our river, the Petaluma River. But what this article pointed out is our river is the most polluted river in the region. Our Petaluma River is severely polluted with fecal matter, human, cow, horses, whatnot. The EPA is going to start a cleanup, but it's being criticized as not going far enough. And we've talked about whether doing just the minimum in general in city council meetings before, various meetings, whether doing the minimum is really adequate in this ecological, highly concerned time that we're in, or whether we can go more and do more. And there's an organization called Baykeeper who urges the EPA to do more. And I don't know how that fallout will be, but what I do know is pretty much nobody knows that our point of pride, the Petaluma River, is so polluted that you're not supposed to touch it. And I see children playing in it. I see kayakers in it. Great. I would like to ask our city to please elevate this issue and take a lead in taking responsibility to do whatever we can to keep our river clean, whether that's pulling way back from the river to allow more filtering through the banks, or whether it's implementing new rules. I would like to see that, please, because nobody talks about it. And I think we should talk about it. It's only right. It's our backyard. It's our river. I would like for us to take responsibility for it. Thank you. The second thing I wanted to bring up is a strong request, and that is for our city staff and city council to please let the public know what it would take to start paying our city council members. Our city council members do not get paid. COVID has been terrible. It's been a burden on a lot of people, but our city council members are not getting paid for their hard work. Many of them are not established in their careers, are not working high paid jobs, perhaps, or are not retired with a pension. And we need to compensate them. This is a huge sacrifice for which I and most everyone else are very grateful. And I think it's only fair that we consider doing what other cities do. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Taryn. Next speaker is Beverly Alexander, followed by our last speaker, Susan Kirks. Beverly, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hello, thank you for all your hard work. And I agree with what Terrence said. I think the city council does need to get paid, and we do need to clean up the river. And so with that, I want to mention the climate emergency, which has been declared. The climate is the boat that carries us. And when that boat springs a leak, this is, we repairing that leak takes precedence for painting the boat, the dinner menu, the decor, the condition of the engine, or the comfort of the passengers. All of those need to be put aside to be sure that the boat does not sink. Likewise, every project the city engages in or supports or permits must be looked at through a climate emergency lens. And any decisions taken should not conflict with the most important need, which is keeping the ship afloat. Only when we have plugged the hole in our boat can we safely turn our attention and our energy to other issues. To do less is to invite catastrophe and to betray the trust of everyone who lives here. We need to preserve our natural environment because it is an essential part of this boat that carries us. We have destroyed, I think around the bay, something like 98% of the natural environment. So we need to take care of that. And in what we can control in our town is making sure that we do not destroy natural areas in order to build housing. The housing can be elsewhere. So that was, that's about it. Thank you for listening. Good night.
Thank you for your comments, Beverly. Our last speaker is Susan Kirks. And just as a reminder, for the folks that raised their hand after the timer expired, please send your comments to cityclerk@cityofpetaluma.org. Susan, you may begin your comments.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm glad to follow Beverly. I certainly am appreciative of her comment about not destroying our natural resources. So I'll just segue right off of that to share with the community that serious damage has occurred to the habitat at the Paula Lane open space property. And this has been caused by the city of Petaluma and the city's contractors. The roadway graded into the habitat along the entire Paula Lane frontage has also destroyed the open space aesthetic, which is also protected under the conservation easement. One visitor said to me last week, "This just defies common sense," but it's typical for the city of Petaluma. Another neighbor who lives nearby stopped me and said, "They're planning to bring cows here to graze. Can you stop that?" She said that because she lives so close to the property, she knows what it was like before June 16th, when the city of Petaluma's contractors descended upon the property to do this quote unquote work. Let's be clear. The visitors who come to this property daily and enjoy the sunset view area and watching the wildlife on the property are horrified by what has occurred. The terms of the conservation easement that protect this land and very early information from the application for the open space property from 2008 have been misinterpreted, and wrong and harmful action related to this property has occurred. I want to thank all of the volunteers and service providers of Plan who have given heart and soul to create and develop the Paula Lane Nature Preserve, which is Plan's project for the community. It deserves to be completed by you and by us, and we are in the process of seeking constructive and corrective action to address what has occurred. Thank you.
All right, and that was our last comment. So, Madam Mayor, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close public comment, and I will bring it to the council for council comment. So I will start with Councilmember Healy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few things to report tonight. The North Bay Division of the League of Cities had its quarterly meeting last week, and we were discussing primarily public safety bills in Sacramento. One that I have reported on previously is AB 48, which would ban the use of rubber bullets and tear gas except in life-threatening situations. That passed out of the Assembly. It's now in the Senate. the league is requesting amendments, and we'll see where that goes. The Water Supply Coordinating Council met earlier today in advance of the upcoming WAC meeting. And this is in the water world. And the interesting thing that I will be able to report on in more detail at our next meeting is that, as you know, the WAC approved on a temporary urgency basis, bypassing the normal shortage allocation methodology for the July through October period, where the water agency is requiring us all to reduce by a total of 20% for just an across the board 20% cut for everyone. That expires on at the end of October. The state has now extended the 20% requirement for reductions out of Russian River through November and into early December. And the WAC is and the water agency are going to need to figure out what those reductions look like after October 31st. So it's way down in the weeds. I'll be able to report more at our next meeting. I actually agree with Taryn Obaid on the importance of the polluted river issues. I think we should have a workshop on that and talk about all the different factors that are involved. It's a multifaceted issue. It's runoff from ag, it's homeless encampments, it's failed septic systems in the county, and it's inflow and infiltration overflows from our sewer system. Those only happen, of course, in major flood events, and we haven't had one of those in too long. But I think we need to understand what all the moving parts are moving forward. And then finally, the Legislative Committee of the Mayors and Council Members Association met last Friday, and as is our normal course, we took positions on a variety of bills in Sacramento. But the most interesting thing to report is a program that the city of Healdsburg has adopted, and they are offering free recycled water delivery to their customers. And basically, anyone who is a customer of the city of Healdsburg who wants to purchase a storage tank can have the city come out and fill that storage tank once a week, up to 500 gallons. And then they can use that for their residential landscaping. And Healdsburg, which is about a sixth our size, expected a few dozen people to be interested. They've had 700 people, residential customers, who want to sign up for this program. So, I mean, I think if we were to offer that program here, it would be a rousing success. And so I would request staff see if we can replicate the Healdsburg program here. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have had no assignments last week. I do have a thick lineup of meetings coming up. So I just have a few things. I am interested in what it would take to pay council too. So maybe the city attorney can speak to what that might look like. I think it's impossible for an entire group of residents in Petaluma to even consider running for council because of how much we make, and to do it right, it does take a lot of time. And I just want to say thank you to staff. I know I don't always agree with you. I don't always agree with my council members, fellow council members, but I really do appreciate the service you put in. And when I hear people, basically verbally attack people, it frustrates me. It brings out the big older brother in me, brings out the human being in me. And I just really appreciate all you guys do, especially you, City Manager Flynn. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a couple of assignments to report on. Transit Advisory Committee met earlier this month. We have a new chair, Courtney Pastrick, who had been the vice chair, and a new vice chair, Vanessa Luna Shannon. So that was our first order of business this month. We also seated a new committee member, Cody Chisholm. So some good changes there. And we will be receiving, we, the council, will be receiving the Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan for the city. It was approved 7-0 by the committee. I think it's on our consent calendar for next meeting, August 2nd. But that was the major piece of item before us a couple of weeks ago. And soon we will be reviewing, we will be reviewing the bike share subcommittee recommendations. It'll come to the council. I'm not sure when, but I imagine in the coming months, it'll be coming soon. Ridership is up a bit in both transit and paratransit. As we all may recall and probably recognize that during COVID, transit ridership dipped substantially in both categories. They're up a bit, so that's a sign of things coming back, at least in terms of the transit world, to normality. And lastly, the MTC Blue Ribbon Transit Recovery Task Force is winding down its recommendations, at least as I understand our transit manager indicated. And we're going to be getting some updates on recommendations for fare coordination, bus integration through the various bus services that are provided throughout the region, and mapping and wayfinding and bus priority infrastructure. So that's something to look forward to there in the area of integrating our transit system and other transit systems so people can move from city to city well. Sonoma Clean Power also met earlier this month. A couple of the items, the bike electric program is on the Sonoma Clean Power web page, and it includes a rider's guide. We had an outline of the various rules of the road for e-bikes, and that's where people can access that. So if you are interested in looking at it, just go to the Sonoma Clean Power website. We all received an email from Patrick Carter regarding on-bill financing, but we had a just brief discussion about that with regard to home improvements that can be billed through your power bill through Sonoma Clean Power. If you have any interest in that, there's information on the website that can spell it out. The Advanced Energy Center will be having a more formalized opening in November, and that's the plan, although it is partially open out of the public. And they're continuing to do webinars on various aspects of how to electrify your home, your appliances, and those, even though if you miss the webinars when they're on, they are available also on the website, so you can watch them at your leisure. And then we had the first look at our integrated resource planning, which we expect to get back in full in October, which is the Sonoma Clean Power's evaluation of future customer electricity needs and our plan for supplying those needs going forward. And this may be something we've all heard about elsewhere, but SB 612, which this council wrote a letter in support of, is now a 2-year bill. So it did not get past its committee, unfortunately. And I know that the folks at Sonoma Clean Power will be monitoring that closely because that affects the electricity rates paid by our customers, our Sonoma Clean Power customers, and the city of Petaluma. So that is it on my report. And in terms of my comments, Vice Mayor Barnacle's comment at the end was something I agree with. I think our city staff works very hard at what we do, and I think that our city manager does as well, and I appreciate those efforts. And I think I have the answer to one of the questions posed in public comment in terms of pay for city council. I believe it takes a vote of the people, so a ballot measure. I'll let the city attorney deal with it if he's got a better answer. But I know that we've had a couple of those quite a while ago in the city. I know that they were on the ballot probably in the 1990s and maybe early 2000s. So as reflected by the $5 a meeting wage, they did not pass. And quite frankly, my recollection was that the amounts were something like $400 a month in one case. It wasn't an actual, compensation. It was to offset some of the cost of being on the council. So I'm not sure if that's still required, if something has changed, but I know that in the past that has been the case. Thank you, and that's all I have for the moment.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Did have one meeting last week of the Planning Commission. We had a study session to look at the possibility of a residential care facility going into the riverfront project over on the river by 101 off of Caulfield. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Posake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no meetings to report on. However, I would like to make a request to see if there is council support for adding an item to the August 2nd or a September meeting in favor to show support for single payer health care at the state level. I think the city does stand to benefit from such a letter of or a resolution, and wonder if there's support to amend the next agenda or to consider this in the future. And I'm not sure whether to wait till we go over the next agenda or have or can have further discussion here.
Sorry about that. Perhaps you can bring that up when we talk about the proposed agenda, so you can make a motion and see if there's a second for that.
Okay.
Because it's not really agendized for comment at this time.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have it? You didn't have any other comments?
No other reports, although I'll third or fourth the noting that I understand our staff works very hard, and I appreciate everything they do.
Okay, thank you. So I had a Bay Area Regional Collaborative meeting, which is an association of different regional boards in the larger Bay Area. And there was a discussion that was led by the Bay Conservation and Development Commission on a regional strategy on the rising of our San Francisco Bay and how that will affect every county that feeds into that, or that butts up onto, which includes Sonoma County and primarily Petaluma and the city of Sonoma more than others. And this, the regional strategy is going to be called Bay Adapt, and they're looking to define what the agencies are doing so that that they can weave all the working together. Primarily, they're looking at the work that's being proposed on Highway 37, since that, I believe, touches 4 different counties and or affects 4 different counties. And it's a massive project that is really being motivated by sea level rise because of the flooding that happens on Highway 37 and closes that transportation corridor down. So this is something that, is just another indication of where we are with climate change. And I'm sure that we'll be hearing a lot more about this. Also, the Air District had a committee meeting today for the stationary sources and climate protection, which I am a member of. And this was to introduce a draft for the Air District's first climate rule. So this will be Rule 13.5 about climate pollutants from petroleum refinery hydrogen plants. As these plants move to increase the amount of hydrogen they're producing, the Air District wants to make sure that, interestingly enough, that the greenhouse gases that we have oversight on don't produce more pollution than was intended. This sort of dovetails with the presentation we had earlier in that Ms. Tan mentioned methane as one of the primary greenhouse gases that Sonoma Zero Waste will look to be capturing. And methane is pretty interesting in that it has a shorter lifespan, but it is much, much more potent. It's like 25 times the greenhouse gas emissions than carbon dioxide has over a 100-year period. But in a 20-year period, it has 86 times more greenhouse gas output than carbon dioxide. So this is really, it's important that we're working on it at the Air District, but it's also really important that we're attacking this pollutant at our local level as well. So the other thing we also looked at were refinery rule amendments. As refineries are moving away from petroleum and toward other non-petroleum fuel stocks, which they originally have been calling these renewable fuel stocks because they are animal products or plant products. The research that's being done in evaluating these is really wondering whether these are actually very renewable. The initial studies have shown that just one of the plants in our area, which doesn't produce enough for the whole country, would use 2/3 of the soybean production in the U.S. if that were going to be where their sources were. So exactly how sustainable and renewable that is in question. And of course, the other source that they are looking at are animal fats, which just has a whole lot of issues in and of itself. But the key question is that we want to make sure that in making this move that there are no loopholes or introduction of new emissions that are not captured under the petroleum rules, and so we want to make sure that we're expanding that. So that will be coming back to the whole board later, as will the climate pollutant on methane emissions. That should come back at the end of the year. So just to beat a dead horse, and it's really, I wish it were a dead horse, I get to spend a lot of time watching our committees and commissions on Zoom, just so I can keep up with what is going on. And I have to say, I never hear the kind of rude comments being made by the public that I do here at the council, and particularly by Mr. Hanania. I really feel everybody has a right to their own opinion, but they really do not have a right to be insulting, and insulting over and over again with no point other than to just be insulting. And I really hope that that can end. And we just need to take responsibility for our own actions. We know how Mr. Hanania feels. And saying it over and over again doesn't make us understand that any more or less. So with that, I'd like to add my appreciation to everybody else on the council who mentioned that our staff works hard and works well. So with that, I'm going to ask our city attorney if he would like to address the question of funding or paying the city council. I think that was a question that was asked.
It was, Madam Mayor, and I'm happy to do that. So a few things. Basically, there's the current council compensation is capped by city charter, which means, as Councilmember King alluded, it requires voter approval to change that because the charter is a document of limitation that the voters have imposed on the council's powers. And that's, to be specific, that's in Article 4, entitled Elective Officers, Section 19. It says it uses gender-specific language, unfortunately. It says the councilmen shall each receive a fee of $5 for each meeting of the council which he shall attend. The mayor shall receive a fee of $10 for each meeting of the council which he shall attend, provided that neither councilman nor the mayor shall receive such fee for more than 4 meetings in any one calendar month. So that's the most determinative answer for the city of Petaluma. From a timing standpoint, we've talked about this a few times before, but by law and given the procedures and notice that are required, charter updates require at least a 6-month period of time. Typically, they require close to a year when you get when there's a robust public participation process and outreach and workshops and that sort of thing. There's also state law in the government code that provides for a city like Petaluma, of Petaluma's population, the maximum compensation would be $500 a month if it weren't otherwise addressed in the charter, and that's government code section 36516. It's also possible to, by ordinance, provide for an increase in compensation, but not in excess of 5% for each year since the last adjustment. And it also is specified in paragraph C of that same statute that it can be set by voter approval, which has occurred in Petaluma. So that's, I think, that's probably is what has led, at least in part, to the current charter requirements. So if there are further questions about that, I'd be happy to address them. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. The city is pleased to announce that we will be going, our permitting will be going online on or before September 1st, and that will be for building, housing, planning, encroachment, and special event permits. Staff has done an incredible job to get this this program online and get it populated, and the community benefit will be that you'll be able to look at the status of your permit, be able to get real-time questions answered, and it'll be very transparent as far as just being able to look at the status, and that'll be available to everyone. So we're really looking forward to that. Recycled water, to respond to Councilmember Healy's question about a recycled water program. Recycled water is at a premium, especially during this time of the year, but I'm going to ask staff to respond to your request, Councilmember Healy. And then as far as AB 1400, Councilmember Posake, I've already circulated to staff, and if there's interest on the council, we could bring it back on September 13th. And that will conclude my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I was understanding you to say that when you're having staff respond to Mr. Healy, that would be at a time, not right now. Or did you want to speak right now?
Tonight, Gina's here to respond.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I did see her pop up, so I wasn't certain whether or not that was what that was about. So yes, Ms. Petnick.
Thank you. Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. So I will say that we are talking to our partners and peers and exploring other options. The ability to have a residential delivery service would probably require a whole new permit for City of Petaluma with our regulatory boards, and it would be a very significant impact to our staff resources to provide the oversight, cross-connection checks, et cetera, to provide that. I will say also that Healdsburg is in a very different situation in this water emergency, in the drought emergency, in as much as they have a much smaller allocation from the Russian River. They don't have groundwater to supplement their allocations from Sonoma water. And so they are, their conservation measures are, I think, a little more draconian. And I think that the residential service is something that is more needed there. And I think that they've spent some time to develop that. I would also say that we don't have a lot of recycled water, particularly this time of year, and particularly during a drought. We have less water, of course, coming into our water recycling facility during a drought because we are conserving, and so there's less water going in and hence less recycled water being produced. Very soon, later this month, I think we will have reached our limit of recycled water, and we will be distributing every drop that we make. So I don't know that we have excess for a residential program. If we had it to give, it would be a challenge. And then all that said, I think that in the context of our climate emergency, we want to think also about whether we want to be encouraging people using fossil fuels to come and drive and pick up a tank of water and drive that back home, and thinking about how much sense that makes. So all that said, it is a compelling program. I think there may be some opportunities for the city of Petaluma to do something else, and we're looking to our peers and kicking the can and seeing if there's some other options that make sense for Petaluma. Thanks.
Thank you. And I see Councilmember Healy has his hand back up.
Yeah, thank you. So I understand those points. I would like staff, nevertheless, to pursue this as an option for next year, in the event that we got another dry winter. We're under a 20% mandatory cutback of Russian River water here. I think Healdsburg is asking for 40%. But at the same time, it doesn't not go unremembered that staff is asking us, and we have agreed to make multi-million-dollar investments in expanding our recycled water capability. So this would potentially be a very attractive program, especially if we have another dry year next summer and the recycling or the reduction requirements become even more draconian than what we're facing right now. So I would ask staff to pursue it as an option for next year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so with that, we are going to move on to approval of the minutes. And these are the minutes for June 14th, 21st, 28th, and July 12th. So I did, Mr. Healy, is that you raising?
Yeah, thank you. I was just I had sent an email to the clerk and with regard to the July 12 minutes, and I wanted to know if those have been modified to be consistent with Rule 6D of our council rule procedures.
Yes, Councilmember Healy, I discussed that with our city attorney this afternoon, and we're going to make an amendment to the July 12th minutes to notate that the abstained vote by Vice Mayor Barnacle for item 5A, the short-term vacation rentals, counts the yes vote in accordance with the council rules, policies, and procedures, section 6D.
Thank you. And just for those who weren't around in those days, Mr. Moynihan abstained on a vote once, and that was counted as a yes in the minutes. Thank you.
Unfortunately, our minutes taking program doesn't allow me to update the vote count, so I will just notate in writing in the minutes that abstained vote counts as a yes.
Thank you, Kendall, and thank you, Councilmember Healy. I just want to also add, it's my understanding, at least on my reading of the council rules, that they're intended to require council members to vote on items that come before them absent a conflict. I think that's the purpose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then the minutes stand approved as submitted, and July 12th as notated by our city clerk. So with that, we will move on to the approval of proposed agendas. And here I'd like to ask Councilmember Posake if the city manager mentioned that she could get this on the September 13th agenda, and was that be sufficient?
That's sufficient for me. I just would rather not put the staff through preparing for that if there's not a majority support on the council to bring it forward now. Is it possible we could take a straw vote or something to see who's, if enough folks support it to put it on?
I think that's okay. So let me just say, let's just use the hand raising feature to say that, well, the electronic hand raising feature, to say that if you would like to see it on the agenda for September 13th, just raise your hand. And if so, I see four votes. So it's enough to put it on the agenda, and presumably.
Can I ask a question, please?
Certainly.
So I heard the city manager reference an assembly bill, and I wasn't sure what that assembly bill does.
Councilmember Post, Katie, you want to address that?
Yes. It is a bill that provides health insurance that covers essentially all care for everyone in the state. Now, the bill that Sonoma, or the resolution that Sonoma already passed, references only support for AB 1400, but it is a single payer healthcare bill, which includes the widest spectrum of care, as any of these bills have included. The request we had was to ask that support be levied for either and/or the state bill or the Federal Medicare for All Act of 2021. I believe this is a way we have to go to improve the health of our community, and that's the basis of my support. Yes. Is that I'm looking at what I have here. There are no out-of-pocket costs associated with this bill, with AB 1400. And I think it could save the city even some funds that are currently going for healthcare premiums.
Okay, go ahead. I just don't think we should have a discussion on the content of what is going on. We already know that we have a majority to put it on the agenda for the 13th, but it's really not agendized for the content to be discussed tonight.
So I just wanted to know if AB 1400 would basically blow up employer paid healthcare in California.
It would, I wouldn't use that term. I think it provides for retraining of folks that need retraining, and it is going to save everyone who's paying for healthcare now money.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So now that is not, that conversation does not include anything that has to do with approval of the proposed agenda for August 2nd. So I see a hand up from our council member Fisher.
Yes, I would just move approval of our next agenda for August 2nd.
Thank you. That was a second from council member Posake. Thank you. And we'll have a roll call vote from our city clerk.
There's her. Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Posake?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, with council member McDonald absent. So now we will go to the consent calendar, and do I have anybody who'd like to pull an item?
Yes, I'd like to remove item 3A.
Okay, Vice Mayor wants to pull item 3A. Is there anyone else who would like to pull an item from the agenda? Okay, seeing no one, is there any comments on any of the items on the agenda other than 3A? Not seeing any comment, I will ask the city clerk if she's received any comments on items on the consent calendar.
Madam Mayor, no comments received on the consent calendar.
Thank you. So I will ask our moderator to please open public comment and see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak on items 3B, C, D, or E. We'll talk about item 3A later.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on the items 3B through E, please raise your hand now and you'll be called on in turn. Looking to the audience, we have one hand raised, so I will share my screen. And our first speaker is Trevor Thompson. Trevor, you may unmute and begin your comments on items 3B through E. Thank you.
Good evening, Petaluma City Council. My name is Trevor Thompson. I'm the Assistant Site Director at Nation's Finest. And I just wanted to unmute myself and thank you all for your consideration on item 3D, the housing contracts, which is to extend funding for our Roca House in Petaluma off of 3 Roca Drive, so we can continue doing the good work that we're doing for the veterans there. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you for your comments, Trevor. And that is the last hand we have raised. So I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will ask for a motion on items 3B, C, D, and E. I have a hand up with Council Member Fisher.
Yeah, I would go ahead and move approval of consent calendar items 3B through E.
Council Member King is seconding that, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Hosake?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with Councilmember McDonald absent.
Thank you very much. And so I will go back to the Vice Mayor and ask him to say what he would like to say about item 3A.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've been removing transportation items for a few of them now. And this one, while I took a ride on this portion of trail this weekend, I see that there are some cracks in the trail. The bushes certainly need to be trimmed back in certain areas. But the other thing that I've been doing is talking to people about what our priorities should be and how they feel about our streets. And overwhelmingly, I hear people talk about safety, traffic calming, things like that. I put out a Google form this weekend. I received a little over 50 replies over the weekend, and overwhelmingly people are talking about simple things like traffic calming. And I just don't know how to make this get on the city's agenda. And I'm cognizant of trying to push several small projects and the impact that it has on staff. And so I just wonder where things like a giant bush in the center of the bike lane basically covers the entire bike lane on Corona Road, where, like, how do these projects get done? Because there's several of them. And I'm just concerned people are going to get hurt if we don't start doing the little things like trimming trees out of bike lanes, moving your garbage can out of the bike lane, traffic calming on streets like B Street, where cars are going 35 miles an hour and children are walking across the street to get to school. And so while, on paper, I feel it sounds great to pave a bike ped trail or repave. To me, it's a lesser priority than safety. And I'm not. I just am. The economics of paving this while we've got a contractor here don't outweigh making what I view as like simple but critical safety improvements on a road network.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands up on this item, so I will ask the city, Mr. Healy has his hand up.
Well, I was going to move approval of 3A, but did you want to ask for public comment first?
I do, yes. So I will ask our city clerk if she's received any items on this issue.
Madam Mayor, no comments received on item 3A.
Thank you. I'll ask our moderator to see if there's anyone in the public who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see one hand raised already, so I'm going to share my screen. And while I'm doing that, members of the public wishing to speak on item 3A from the consent calendar, please raise your hand now and you'll be called on in turn. We have one speaker at the current time, and that's Taryn Obaid, followed by John Hanania. Taryn, you may unmute and begin your comments on 3A. Taryn, are you there? Taryn, it looks like you're unmuted. We're not hearing you though. Okay, we will come back to you, Taryn. Next speaker is John Hanania. John, you may unmute and begin your comments on item 3A.
Well, it's great that you guys thinking about the bike lane and the safety of the public. But I haven't heard anybody talk about the traffic. If you're removing lanes from 2 to 1 to making a bike lane, Petaluma have one of the worst traffic there is. You cannot go cross town with less than an hour. So, and all of a sudden, you guys, it's all about bikes, electric bikes, electric this, electric that, electric car, plug in. What about all the traffic? I haven't.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hanania. I'm going to pause you for a second there. Please limit your comments to the Lynch Creek Trail project. I believe this is not on topic, so please bring it back to this contract. Thank you. You may unmute and continue your comments. Mr. Hanania, you may unmute and begin your comments.
I think I'm unmuted. I'm sorry. I thought I heard Brian Barnacle talking about the bike lane and moving the garbage cans, and I thought this is about the bike lane. If I'm wrong, then my apology, and I will stop. But that's what I heard Brian Barnacle talking about: bike lane and safety and moving garbage cans out of the way. So that's why I'm referring to. So Patrick, please let me know. Am I correct or wrong?
The title of this item is the resolution accepting completion. Resolution approving the appended project budget for contract for the Lynch Creek Trail. So that's the discussion that we should be having right now. Please continue.
Well, okay, but I'm responding to what Brian Barnacle said. So, that's what I was responding to everybody, But if it's the trail, we can talk about the trail. I don't have any comment about the trail, but I'm referring to the comment that Brian Barnacle made. I'm not attacking anybody here. You're talking about bikes, and so I don't understand why you guys bring something up if the public can't talk about it, and then you interrupt me and tell me, oh, this is not it. Well, it is it. This is what he was talking about. You can go back and listen to it. And I don't really appreciate being interrupted when I'm responding to what he said. So you want to make a bike lane and you want to make a trail? Well, how about the traffic? Deal with the traffic. You guys are not dealing with that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hanania, that is off topic. We're going to move on to the next speaker, which is Susan Kirks, followed by Taryn Obaid. Susan, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. Well, actually, I think Mr. Hanania was correct in his response. So I just wanted to say that. And I think what Mr. Barnacle is bringing up is, it's related to this particular agenda item because it's being brought forward be approved and have some work done on the Lynch Creek Trail. And the questions that are being raised have to do with how do you get something prioritized like safety, and how do you get something reviewed and into the budget to be able to do what the community really needs. And that includes the recent accident in the Corona area where some young girls were struck by a car. I mean, what kind of priority is happening there? And this does relate directly to how the Public Works Department is prioritizing and budgeting certain activities and certain actions. And I think what Mr. Barnacle was saying in relation to this is there's a bigger issue here about safety. And I think actually that's what Mr. Hanania was referring to. So regarding the Lynch Creek Trail, I would just like to say I had raised an issue earlier or made a comment in 2 meetings, and I'd appreciate the council keeping this in mind every time we say Lynch Creek Trail. I'd like to see the General Plan Committee General Plan Advisory Committee consider renaming this particular trail and removing Lynch from the name. It's an inclusion and equity type issue. And if you all move forward with this particular agenda item tonight, I mean, I honestly, if I were in your shoes with what Mr. Barnacle has raised, I would set this aside and have it come back at the next meeting with a closer examination of what the city's priorities are for funding and for taking care of some of our safety considerations first. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to just ask a clarifying question. When we have topics that are not on the current agreement that we're taking, do you want me to continue to pause like we are now, or am I off base?
Actually, I thought you were on base, but I think it would actually be better to hear that answer from the attorney, since he actually is the professional on this, and I'm just giving you my opinion. So can we hear from Mr. Danley?
Sure, Madam Mayor, thank you. It can be difficult sometimes for us to fully perceive the connections between some of the comments and the agenda item, and I think what's being raised currently is that it's being argued that that it is relevant to the item concerning the amending and expanding the scope of the work being done on the Lynch Creek Trail to consider whether maybe other projects are more meritorious. But I think the problem with that logic is that that would be a basis for addressing anything in response to any agenda item. It's a judgment call as to what those limits are, and it's something that I don't know, staff can consider and the council can consider when we talk about the council rules. That may be a way to do it. So there's not a really clear, straightforward answer. I know, and I believe it's the case that we do have mechanisms in public works for members of the public, and that will of course include council members and staff to report things that they think may be safety concerns in the city rights of way, pedestrian and vehicular rights of way. We certainly want to receive that information so we can address it. We have a duty to address it when it comes to our attention. And I would say, for what it's worth, that the project that's agendized under this item is certainly a safety addressing item. There may be other safety priorities in the city. There definitely are, but this is work that will enhance safety and will provide for safer travel ways for pedestrians and cyclists, and is also directly addressing the city's obligations with respect to potentially dangerous conditions. And in a city like Petaluma of its size, age, there are plenty of other areas in which we have similar things to address. But I would say this is an example of one of those. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So yes, could you please continue, Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And City Attorney Danley. Next speaker is Taryn Obaid, followed by Sheila Baker. Taryn, you may unmute and begin your comments. Taryn, are you there? Still having difficulty hearing you, Ms. Obaid. We'll try coming back to you. Next speaker is Sheila Baker, followed by Eric Leland. Sheila, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just wanted to say, first of all, praise a couple of people who have been working on the Lynch Creek Trail for a long time. Sorry, LCT for a long time, and I just Marja Tarr and Kathleen Springer have done just such an amazing job working with Ken Eichstadt and Gina Benedetti Petnick and really moving forward with this. This is a wanted child. It is a little crosstown connector for people who really don't want to get out in the middle of Washington Street or Lakeville or something like that. It's kind of a dangerous town, still. And so, I mean, yeah, I agree that the traffic is pretty bad, but the answer is the Lynch Creek Trail. And so this work that's being done on it is very appreciated, very wanted. You might say, well, I don't know about that surfacing, but the surfacing is supposed to be for everyone, including ADA, so that someone, who might be using a wheelchair or a walker or something can use the trail. And it's not like all gravel or whatever. I love gravel, but I also know that, in the time that I know I'm going to want to be on the Lynch Creek Trail, I'm going to have to be in a wheelchair. I want to be able to use the Lynch Creek Trail. Again, it's a crosstown connector. A couple of years ago, we had a little workshop on crosstown connector, and we all agreed that the Lynch Creek Trail was the best deal in the world. So this is to extend it. It's to extend to the whole thing, to Washington Park, and just make it really, really usable for everyone, and just to do the best job we can on it. So to all involved in this project, thank you very, very much. Thank you. You're my time. Thanks.
Thank you for those comments, Sheila. The next speaker is Eric Leland. Eric, you may unmute and begin your comments, and the next speaker will try Taryn Obaid after that. So go ahead, Eric.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to reflect a little bit on this project. I use the Lynch Creek Trail, and I definitely appreciate it, and I can attest to it. Needing repairs. Having said that, the staff report indicates it's a very popular trail for communities, for families, recreational users of all ages, as well for cycling commuters to avoid street traffic, which I agree. It also mentions that there's cracks, which I've seen, creating potential safety and mobility issues for all users, which I also agree. There are potential safety and mobility issues for all users. But I do want to echo what Mr. Barnacle said. I've also ride and drive on Corona Road, and it just happens to be in the last 2 weeks. I've seen two different folks, one man in a wheelchair, their woman walking towards Petaluma Boulevard North on Corona Road, down from the hot dog place, on the right side of the road as you're driving up. They're walking down, and in both cases, the wheelchair was literally behind a bush that's extending out into traffic, right? And when I was driving that time, and I literally could not see that person until I was on top of them, right there. And it's obviously I wasn't heading at them because I'm in the road and they're sort of not, but still, it's a very scary experience to have someone just suddenly come out from a tree into traffic. Same thing happened with a woman walking down. It must have been 4 days later. So I do think the comparison is valid when you look at something like Lynch Creek, which I think would be, it's a good project that we should improve. We certainly should do this work. When I look at priorities, I don't think it's the first or second or maybe even third priority, given a lot of the safety issues that I would agree with Mr. Barnacle could be very, I'd say, efficient, cheap, and easy in a sense to fix, like cutting the bush off that road. So I would urge us to think about that. I wanted to thank the council as well for thinking about this in terms of a parks master plan. I don't want to go too off off base here, but thinking about Lynch Creek in terms of how this all factors into where we're trying to go and how this connects us to schools and parks and so forth would be another neat approach to projects like this. Anyway, thank you for thinking about all of these projects and safety, and I appreciate the time today.
Thank you, Eric. Taryn Obaid, are you able to give your comments now? Does not appear to be so. Next speaker is Beverly Alexander. Beverly, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Okay, well, my concern, I think it would be great to make the Lynch Creek Trail more walkable. However, concrete is a terrible choice. It's not permeable, so in a heavy rain, every square foot of concrete is just going to run off into the river or wherever. If it were asphalt, that it emits a lot of secondary organic aerosols and other, hazardous air pollutants. Concrete, the CO2 emissions from the production of concrete are so high that if concrete were a country, it would be the third largest emitter of CO2 after China and the United States. So what would we use? There are substances such as crushed decomposed granite and crushed gravel, which are not just merely finer particles of those things, but they're actually, they form a kind of gee, I wish I could say this correctly. They kind of hold together. It probably would not be as comfortable for someone pushing a baby carriage or using a wheelchair, but I don't think it would be extremely bumpy either. So I think that is something that should definitely be considered. And I agree that safety issues around the city need to be fixed as soon as possible. But that doesn't mean that we don't fix Lynch Creek Trail or some other great name for that trail. So anyway, thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Beverly. And we will try Taryn Obaid one last time. Taryn, can you unmute and give your comments? Taryn, we are unable to hear you. It looks like you're unmuted, but we're not hearing any comments. Please send your comments to the city clerk at cityofpetaluma.org. Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, that's the last hand we have raised currently, so I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. So I am seeing we have staff hand up, the Vice Mayor has his hand up, and Councilmember Healy had his hand up first. Do you want to make your motion now, or do you want to wait until the comments are
No, I'll make the motion to approve item 3A. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, and then I will go to our staff and then to Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. So I appreciate all of the comments I've heard, and Member Barnacle's concerns are well taken. And there's so it's hard to know where to start on this, but what I will say is that with vegetation management, so this is like the easy thing that I can talk about on Corona, that particular stretch of Corona is a very strange jog in a city-county line. And that little piece that you're talking about, I believe, is county jurisdiction. And it is, so what happens when we get complaints in that area is we have to call the county and tell them to get their vegetation management folks out to manage that. And it's, it's a liability, it's an insurance issue. So if it's county property, we ask them to do it. That said, I could be wrong, because I haven't seen that particular, I haven't seen that or heard that complaint. And I will say that we want to get those complaints. We do act on vegetation management because it's a relatively affordable and easy thing to make things safer that we can do and try and pull on those when we get them. There is a complaint line that folks can call into in Public Works. It can be done online. We have an online form that could be filled out. It could be a phone call to me. It could be any of those things. And if that is a county issue, then we will make sure to dog that and get that squared away. None of us like to see issues like that are really making it challenging for cyclists and pedestrians, and we don't want that, of course. I will say that with respect to this particular project, the Lynch Creek Trail was a very, very high priority project. It was understood from staff, from the council goals and priority sessions that we've heard, particularly I think it's work item 14 that has been a very high priority from council members and staff alike, and it is addressing all the crosstown connectors and finding funding for those connectors and for Lynch Creek Trail, the way that work plan item is written. And this particular project, the Lynch Creek Trail project, unlike a lot of our other safety projects, and this is one of them, but a lot of our other infrastructure safety projects in roads and trails, this one is specifically funded by a couple of grant sources that are very particular to, in the case of the Sonoma County Transportation Authority, TDA3, the Transportation Development Act funding is very specific, and that's funding this project. And those funds can be used for bike lanes, bike and pedestrian path planning and marketing for those things. That is the guideline limitation for the use of those funds. And the other source of funds, one of the other sources, main source, is the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, TFCA, which is the Transportation Fund for Clean Air. That has a little bit broader guideline. It talks about grant eligibility that includes ride sharing, clean air vehicles, bike paths, bike lockers, bike racks, bike purchases. It also talks about signal timing, street signal timing, and transit vehicle signal prioritization. However, those projects we have other grant funding for, and those are being addressed in other CIP projects that are currently active. So some of the pavement safety projects that we have going on, and I agree, they're a huge priority, and we are doggedly pursuing those projects. And I know that you're familiar with these partial lists, and this is just a partial list of current projects this fiscal year. Is pavement restoration and reconstruction citywide project, which you see going on all over town right now. That's the pavement sealing that we're doing and the striping. Traffic signal timing upgrades citywide, the Petaluma Boulevard South Road Diet, which will be starting up in the fall in construction, and then in design is the North McDowell Boulevard complete street. So those are some examples of projects that are addressing pavement and traffic safety along with active transportation and pedestrian safety simultaneously. So I don't think one precludes the other. This is a win-win with the funding that we have now. And what we're trying to do is use the funding that we have and leverage it the best way we can, given the limitations. I'm trying to think if there is anything else that I can address about this. I think that's it. And I will say that I'm aware of differing arguments on the trail pavement selection, and I will say that we find that the concrete, the low carbon concrete that we're using is an environmentally conscious concrete that is produced, yes, it is an impervious material. So is asphalt concrete. However, the width of pavement, the amount of pavement that we're doing, and the advantages for ADA accessibility and mobility that come with having a concrete surface, in our conversations with the community on the subject and with our bike and ped committee on the subject, we've found that they generally come down on the side of a concrete surface for these trails. And that was what has been pursued for the portion of the Lynch Creek Trail that's just completed. That's the Payran section between Washington Creek Bridge and Lynch Creek Bridge. And then we have gravel fines for the shoulders, so softer shoulders for pedestrians that is permeable on each side of that trail. And the contractor that we have, this particular project, we're looking for the ability to take money that we were delighted to have found in the project. The low bid came in well under the engineer's estimate, so we had extra money, and it just made such great sense to use that extra money on another section of the Lynch Creek Trail and continue the good work that we're doing there. And to take advantage of, frankly, a very, very competitive unit pricing arrangement with the contract that we have and a contractor that we have doing that work. So I know that was long-winded, and I apologize for taking too much time, but it is very important to us. And I am hearing all of your comments and concerns about safety, and I want you to know that we're taking it very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to the Vice Mayor and then Councilmember King.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll speak to just the relevance of some of the comments. Feels like anytime we're talking about spending money, the opportunity cost is relevant. And that's what I'm asking about. And we don't ever, when we're asked to approve projects, there's rarely an opportunity to ask what else could we spend the money on. And for me, I love the idea that we can do this, and we can also trim the bushes and calm traffic and things. I'm also cognizant that our staff are fully loaded with projects, and that putting something up means putting something down. And that's why I have concerns about this project, not because I don't want to see the most awesome LCT we can possibly have. I do. I just, frankly, I don't see this project saving lives, and I think others will. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to second approval, but also just comment, there will be other projects coming forward over the course of, well, probably for years to come. And approval of this project does not mean we won't have other projects that can provide the kinds of safety concerns or address the kind of safety concerns that have been addressed here tonight. And I do appreciate those comments. We have addressed them some. There was reference to Petaluma Boulevard South, which is now, I think, 4 years from the first council action to apply for a grant. So sometimes finding the money and finding the best allocation of money takes a little bit of time. I think this is an excellent project, and I wholeheartedly support it and look forward to other projects that are in our capital improvement project program coming forward in the coming months and years. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second, a motion by Healy, second by King. And so we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
No.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Kosake?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1. Barnacle voting no, McDonald absent.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to the new business. And this is item 4A, and this is the American Rescue Plan Act. recommended funding allocation and adoption of urgency ordinance to change certain appropriations for the operation of the city of Petaluma from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately. And we will hear from our staff. We'll hear from our Assistant City Manager, Brian Cochran.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, council members. And I will go ahead and share my screen, so bear with me for 1 minute. Okay, is the presentation visible? Yes, okay. I'm seeing some nodding heads. Great, thank you very much. So tonight before you, we do have some staff recommendations and proposed action for the council on the American Rescue Plan Act. And we will go through many different aspects of this particular program, as well as the staff recommendations for funding tonight. So a little bit of background on the American Rescue Plan Act. We do tend to abbreviate it as ARPA, so you'll probably hear me say that multiple times tonight. So that is the major COVID relief or stimulus bill that was signed into law by President Biden on March 11th of this year. Included in that as just one component out of many components in the ARPA Act was $350 billion of state and local fiscal recovery funds. And this is basically a large formula grant to effectively every municipality, county, state, and tribal government in the United States. And there is a formula to allocate these funds, and Petaluma is receiving $8.3 million. This is, it's important to understand though, this is one-time funding. There are not subsequent years of allocations that are coming from the ARPA funds. Now, in terms of the actual cash and how we receive it, half of the funding was received this past May, and then the other half will be received in May of 2022. There was Treasury guidance that was issued on May 10th to define the rules for expenditure. This is actually still considered interim guidance. This is a very dense 150-page document of all the rules related to spending this money, and staff have been analyzing it, working with outside partners and working with other entities to be able to understand some of the rules around expenditure of this money. I would say generally the guidance is broad, so it's intended to allow a wide variety of uses. It does provide specific examples of what is allowable, but there is generally flexibility. There are specific exclusions as well that are outlined, but the overall intent is to provide state and local governments with a significant resource boost to be able to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as assist with recovery coming out of the pandemic, whether it's with our businesses, with our residents, with our government operations, et cetera, and to be able to recover from the impacts of the pandemic. So there are 4 overall spending categories that are outlined in the bill. And as you can imagine, with such a substantial bill and substantial Treasury guidance, there are probably dozens of pages that outline some of the detailed parameters of each of these. But basically, the 4 main categories are really emphasizing COVID response and relief. So the first one is to respond to the public health emergency, negative economic impacts, assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, and or to aid specific industries that have been significantly impacted. Second one is to respond to workers who are and have been performing essential job functions during the COVID-19 pandemic. Health emergency may have been themselves or their families personally exposed to COVID, and to provide premium pay for those workers. Third is to provide for government services, which is a very general, very broad category, really intended to compensate local governments to the extent that we had a reduction in revenues based on the COVID-19 pandemic. And there's a lot of calculations, a lot of formulas to be able to calculate what our reduction in revenue actually was during the period that's covered by the bill. And then finally, to make necessary infrastructure investments in, and there are basically three categories: water, sewer, or broadband. So those are the four main categories. And we'll be talking through more specifically our recommendations for the City of Petaluma's funds. As I mentioned earlier, there are specific exclusions or things that we cannot spend the money on. So we cannot offset a loss in revenue due to a decision by the city to delay or cut a tax. So in other words, we can't use the ARPA funds to supplant an existing tax that the city has, and we say, you know what, we're going to cut that tax for our residents, backfill that tax cut with revenue from ARPA to make ourselves whole. That is not allowed under the bill. We cannot make deposits to pension funds. So, for example, we may want to decide to make a payment to CalPERS for our unfunded pension liability. That is also not allowed under ARPA. We may be able to use ARPA funds as a match for a federal grant, but that particular federal grant must specifically allow us to use ARPA funds. So if it doesn't allow us to use ARPA funds or federal funds, we can't use the ARPA money as a backfill or as a federal grant match. Cannot use it as contributions to a rainy day fund or reserve fund, anything like that. We can't use it to pay debt service, and we can't use it toward paying really any legal settlement, legal judgment, consent decree, or anything like that. So a little bit on the staff, kind of how are we focused? How do we break this down? How do we analyze what the best uses of the funding would be? We really emphasized and wanted to create a balanced plan. So we know that there are a variety of critical community needs, and that goes from residents who may have been impacted by the pandemic, businesses who may have had to shut down for long periods of time during the pandemic, city government operations that need specific upgrades in order to be able to open back up to the public, and there are a wide variety of needs in this regard. So as I said a second ago, there are very specific investments that we feel are absolutely critical to be able to repopulate and reopen to the public. And this is repopulation not just for our employees to come back to the offices, to be able to work in person, but also to welcome our members of the community back into city facilities that have basically been closed for the better part of 16 months, other than occasional by appointment, as an example. We want to be able to continue robust public engagement through technology for public meetings. So that means upgrades to our council chambers, upgrades to our technology to be able to ensure high quality audio visual access for hybrid meetings, in person or remote types of things. And then assistance to highly vulnerable populations impacted by the pandemic. And this is, I think, highlighted by our proposed investments toward our homeless populations, but also just residents who have been challenged paying their utility bills, folks who need childcare assistance and things like that. Assistance to businesses. So we had implemented a business loan program, a free range program to assist with covered areas for restaurants and other businesses. We want to be able to continue to assist those folks as well. There are also some high priority community projects that don't have alternate funding sources where the ARPA money may be able to help get those projects across the finish line. And I mentioned at the outset, while the guidance is broad and there are specific examples of what you can use the money on, there are also other categories where there's an incredible amount of flexibility. So within that flexibility, we've used some of the funds to be able to actually push some key community projects forward that we think will really have a high impact, that we can get over the finish line, and that don't have another funding source that we have readily identified to be able to move those projects forward. And then finally, There is the item number 2 in those 4 main categories is related to recognizing city staff who have had to both respond to an emergency for the last year plus, while also perform their normal duties. And so you'll see there is one item there that basically is a one-time grant of funds to every city employee who had been responding during the pandemic that was on city staff during that time. And then just one note before I move on is that tonight's action, we are really requesting budgetary authority. So this is an augmentation or an addition to the budget that was recently approved by the City Council. Many of these programs will need additional council approval or authority down the road. So we will need to come back, whether it's a contract or some other type of resolution to move forward on a particular program. Those items will need to come back to council in the future. So I've got 3 slides here that basically run down the items that were outlined in more detail in the staff report. So we kind of broke this down into 3 areas. The first one was community assistance programs. So about $3 million of overall investment out of that total 8.3. We'd have utility customer delinquent account assistance. So this is basically looking at all of our utility accounts, water and wastewater, that became delinquent during the pandemic. And basically doing a reset, for lack of a better term, on those accounts and saying, you know what, we're just going to reset you. We're going to write off any losses that happened during the pandemic and reset, and those accounts will be set to 0 and we'll move forward from there. We think this is critical because of the impacts of COVID, job loss, unemployment, et cetera, and wanting to help our households get back in order and continue moving forward with their utility payments. Small business loan forgiveness and expanded free range program. There are multiple aspects within this line item. We did a small business loan program, $250,000 early in the pandemic. This proposal would actually waive the repayments of those, or I guess you could think of it as turning the loan into a grant. So every business that received funds from the loan program, those would just be forgiven, not unlike the federal government's PPP or Paycheck Protection Program. So those would be waived. We did want to backfill for the free range tents, permits, et cetera, that the city provided during the free range program itself, as well as expand the free range program to more permanent parklets, additional businesses, things like that, that we think will continue to help as we come out of the pandemic. Interim housing solutions. I know this is a big line item, but we really feel strongly that the city needs to make additional steps for its unhoused and unsheltered population. And so this line item has a number of components, but effectively what we are looking at here is identifying a property and identifying an interim housing solution for folks who are currently unsheltered, where they are able to stay safely, securely, with services, with access to meals, access to showers, access to other services that are important for basic human needs, that is close to cots, close to services, and would provide them a safe place to live in the interim. We do, I think, feel strongly that there are opportunities coming up that will enable the city to invest in some longer term, more permanent supportive housing solutions. For example, the state's Project Home Key program, and we are actively looking into those, but we do feel there's a gap. That there's a bit of a lead time in order to get those solutions up and running. And so we feel strongly that having this interim program that isn't just a shelter like we have at Mary Isaac, and it's not quite permanent supportive housing, it's kind of that bridge between folks who are currently unsheltered and getting them into permanent housing. A couple of other important programs we feel the city has traditionally funded Boys and Girls Club. That has been critical for after school and before school childcare during distance learning, but we feel that this is just going to continue to be a super important investment for the city. And so we are proposing an additional $100,000 for the Boys and excuse me, for the Boys and Girls Club. And then finally, feeding Petaluma. We've kind of got some branding going there, but effectively what this is providing additional support, likely via a grant program, to $100,000 for a variety of food providers within the city of Petaluma. PPSC has programs, Salvation Army, and there are others operating locally who could definitely benefit from this particular investment. Next, we have workplace safety, technology, and operations investments. So this is over $4 million out of the 8. The biggest line item here you'll see right at the top is city facility COVID, workplace safety, HVAC, and energy efficiency upgrades. And we've got a line item there of $2.5 million. So this is a conglomerate of a number of different investments that the city is proposing to make. So it's all of those combined and more. It's HVAC upgrades to make sure that we are being safe. We have proper ventilation in every single facility that the public or our staff may enter into. It's energy efficiency upgrades where we can at city facilities. It is making sure that we have the right amount of space for our staff. So as the council's aware, we are adding staff through our Measure U investments, and we need to make sure that we have sufficient office space for folks. And then you'll also see the line item below that. We've called it out separately, but it's kind of wrapped into this overall city facilities item. And that's making sure that we can engage with our community through meetings like this, and making sure that our city council chambers, technology, seating, audio, video, Zoom capabilities, etc., are all up to snuff so that we can host meetings in person while also allowing folks to participate remotely. So there's a kind of a whole slew of investments that's built into those line items. Similarly, got a police department facility remodel for $500,000. I know this is an existing CIP project, and there was a little conversation, I believe, at the budget workshop about this, but we feel strongly that our police department needs to have some significant upgrades for our staff, for safety, for just the overall functionality of the building, for storage capacity, a whole number of things that may not be contained within the existing CIP project. And we want to make sure that we're doing it right, that we're planning for the future, and that the facility is functional and safe for our police department staff. There's a fire department vehicle replacement. So we have a existing schedule of replacements of our fire engines, our trucks, etc. We have one that is long overdue for replacement. We have not had the funding to be able to do that. And so this is a $800,000 replacement of our fire engine that's currently working out of Fire Station 2. And then finally, I alluded to it earlier, but an essential worker one-time payment. So effectively what this is, it's a $1,000 payment to every staff member who has been working through the pandemic. So it's $1,000 one time, not an ongoing payment, really to recognize the fact that folks have had exposure to the public. They have been working both in an emergency situation as well as just doing their regular day-to-day jobs. And we felt that it was important to recognize that. And it is also it's specifically called out in the American Rescue Plan Act as an allowable and eligible use of the funds. And then finally, several community projects and programs that we felt were important that we may not have other funding to be able to get these done. And so we wanted to continue these projects moving forward. So we heard a lot through the budget hearings about the skate park and wanted to add money there. So there is a $150,000 existing appropriation in the CIP program. We wanted to significantly augment that. So we feel that this will get us through design, through site location, and likely we'll have a little bit of extra money to be able to as really as seed money for the next phases of that project. So that's a little over $300,000. Friends of the Petaluma River dock. This is a dock that was damaged during the dredging process, and we felt that it was important to get a new dock installed. So we have put a $200,000 appropriation in recommended for that. There's some FEMA required general plan flood modeling that is going to be part of the general plan. We do have a significant portion of this paid for by Sonoma County and Sonoma Water, but there's a portion that the city needs to be able to cover, and so we've put that in 178,000 there. And then finally, we already have a variety of climate projects that are built into the budget and into the CIP program, but specifically wanted to call out engagement and outreach. And I know this has been a focus of the Climate Commission, so we wanted to make sure that we had a specific line item in here to be able to do community outreach, engagement, surveys, website, whatever those things are, to be able to get out into the community and make sure that folks are aware of what's happening with our climate and our Climate Commission. So then wanted to shift gears a little bit, because I know, I've been rattling off a lot of information, and it's exciting and it's amazing that we have this $8.3 million to be able to allocate to these various different programs. But I think it's also important to emphasize, not to minimize the 8.3 million, but to really emphasize the overall magnitude of what the city is facing, which sort of makes the $8 million feel like a drop in the bucket. Not really, but there's a lot going on. And we've talked about this through our fiscal sustainability process and other times we've talked to the council, but these are all things that are not funded by ARPA, and we're going to have to find some other funding sources for them. So CalPERS rate increases, we talked about that in the past, unfunded liability payments. Overall, our deferred road maintenance, we are proposing a significant investment in that from our Measure U funds, but that makes a good dent, but there's a lot more to do in terms of our road maintenance. All of our other infrastructure categories, and I won't belabor it, but we have parks with significant needs, storm drains, pathways we talked about earlier tonight, recreation facilities, and there's a lot to invest in there. And then similarly, our facilities, in terms of just our core buildings, City Hall, police station, fire stations, they are all in need of significant investment. And these are not aesthetic, these are health and safety type issues, whether it's seismic, overpopulation, making sure that our locker rooms are correctly outfitted. I mean, there's a whole slew of things here. Vehicles. We have a vehicle replacement fund, but it is not correctly funded. And so we do not have the correct amount of money in that fund to be able to replace our vehicles at the appropriate rate, given the depreciation that we experience. So that's another one. About a year and a half ago, our IT team brought forward an IT master plan, talking through all the projects that are going to be needed to keep up with cybersecurity, our network infrastructure, making sure our software is up to date. And we don't have all of that kind of baked into our overall plan. And then kind of a big one, but mitigation of climate impacts. That's not something that we fully funded. There may be grants, there will be obviously evolving funding sources for some of the things that we want to do. But that's another piece that we are not able, other than a few minor items that I mentioned earlier, that's not something that we're able to fit into this $8 million of ARPA funding. And so finally, and then I will turn it back to the council, the recommendation for tonight is to adopt a urgency ordinance to change certain appropriations for the operations of the city of Petaluma for the current fiscal year, July to June 2022, and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately. So did want to note here at the end of this presentation, urgency ordinances must be adopted unanimously by the members present of the city council. And so what we did earlier today, staff, we did created a little bit of an alternative for the council. So if there is not unanimous support for the recommendations, but there is a majority support, we have prepared an alternative. It's been uploaded to the agenda to the website, which is effectively just a non-urgency version of the ordinance. So the council could go ahead and act on that as an alternative. That does delay things, so just want to be transparent that with needing 2 readings plus 30 days for the effective date of the ordinance, this does delay most of our efforts for about 6 weeks, because we would need to wait until the appropriations are officially in place before we can go ahead and move forward with some of these programs. So it's kind of a option A or option B for the council. If everybody's ready to move forward, we can go urge the ordinance and get things rolling immediately, or we could go with the alternative, which is delays things a little bit, but it's effectively the same ordinance without the urgency findings. And so with that, I know we have a variety of staff on hand if there are specific questions. I also know that we emailed out a variety of answers to council questions. Hopefully you've had a chance to read those, but we're happy to answer any questions that the council may have. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that presentation and explaining why it's listed as an urgency ordinance. So if I can get the screen back so that I can see the council members, thank you. I see Councilmember Healy has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So one question, if there's a 30-second response to this, Brian, you mentioned that half the funds are in hand now and half will be coming in a year from now. Which projects will be funded now and which would wait?
Yeah, it's a good question. I may defer to Corey if she wants to chime in further, but effectively all of the funds are going to be recognized within this fiscal year. And so as long as we receive those funds within the fiscal year, we can fund the full $8 million worth of projects. It's really just a timing issue in terms of whether we receive it now or receive it in May in 2022. But Corey, did you have anything to add there?
I would just add that I think naturally some of these projects and or programs that are shown here will take a while to kind of get up and running. And I think that will just be, naturally how it occurs as we roll all of these out. So other than what Brian just mentioned, I think that's all I have to add.
Thank you. And I just have comments on 2 specific proposals. I'm generally in support of what's being proposed. We could have spent 5 times as much money and still had things left that we wanted to fund. So I appreciate staff's, making recommendations it did. I think many members of the council were outreached to by Redwood Empire Food Bank over the last few months. I would be supportive of adding them to the 3 Feeding Petaluma organizations and splitting the funds 4 ways rather than 3 ways. Just put that out there for the council's consideration. And then the second thing, this is a little bit more substantive, on the utility customer delinquent account assistance in the amount of $650,000. There is a bill moving forward in the legislature to reimburse utilities for COVID-related water and sewer delinquent accounts. That's SB 222 by our own Senator Dodd. That passed out of the Senate by an overwhelming majority. It's now in the Assembly. It looks likely to pass in the Assembly. And then it would be funded by apparently a trailer bill. And those are hard to follow, but I'm expecting that Senator Dodd is trying to line up the funding to SB 222. So the question to staff is, do we need to allocate all these funds now? I'm not sure that if we were to go ahead and adopt this $650,000 item that we'd be then eligible for state funding under the Dodd bill. So my preference would be to hold that piece back until a meeting in September when the dust settles and we know if we're going to get money out of SB 222, which would allow us to find other things to spend money on. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. So in reading the staff report and looking at what I think President Biden intended with these monies, there is a great deal of information missing for me in the staff report in terms of how staff came up with these recommendations. So the information I don't have is how was our community actually affected by the pandemic? Who was affected economically? And what was the impact of that effect? How many people lost their jobs? How many people still don't have jobs? How many people actually got PPP funding? How many people still need something for their businesses to keep them going? Questions like that I have, and I have questions about sort of every single one of the items, but that general broader question, if this is really intended for our community, I don't have any information in the staff report that tells me what are the needs of our community and how are they impacted. And so I'll start with that statement, and then I'll go on and ask questions about the specific items as we go along. Thank you.
Would you want to go ahead and do those now? We're just taking questions and comments.
Okay, let's comment. So in regard to the food piece, as Councilmember Healy just said, Redwood Empire Food Bank is obviously somebody that provides food assistance to our community. What I don't know is anything about Interfaith Food Pantry. I don't know anything about Salvation Army and what they do in terms of food for our community. So I have no background information on those. I do know Petaluma Bounty, but that's the only service provider I know. So that's for starters. And then, yeah. Have a number of questions about the tents for the restaurants and the businesses. I don't know whether those lease those as a city and then are passing on those lease payments to the businesses. I don't really understand anything about how that program works and what our intentions are there and why there would be businesses that continue to need tents that haven't already been provided those. We sort of took care of all the businesses that needed those sort of services. All right. I think if we look at about what we learned in this pandemic and what our community needs are, is that we learned that we needed more outdoor space for walking. That was number one when this started. Number two, that we knew we needed more dedicated areas for cycling as parents and their kids got out on the streets. And then three, we need safe outdoor spaces for dining, which obviously we provided. And I would just offer that the free range program and the permanent parklets, presumably are permanent, are a much nicer and long-term solution than tents, particularly if we're renting them. And then the impact to women in our community. We know that there was a significant impact for women having to leave the workforce or cut back their work hours in order to take care of their kids and their needs for their families at home. And so what has that impact been, and how can we provide to alleviate that impact? And then what have really been the effects of our economic development? I don't know anything about sort of the effects of our businesses, how many closed, how many need to reopen, what they need to do that, what the impacts of our restaurants were, how many actually got funding to help tide them over, how many restaurant workers we lost, how many people are still out of work. And then, and in terms of our needs, I have two needs here that I foresee. And one is bike infrastructure, because 60% of the trips in this county, the commuting trips, which was mentioned under one aspect of this, are under 5 miles. And so how are we going to provide an alternative to people to get out of their cars? And whether that has to do with this funding, I'm just bringing it up because it was mentioned under the climate section. And the second thing is, during this pandemic, with all the takeout food that was happening, because we hadn't had our single-use plastics ordinance in place for food takeout, that just proliferated. And so in my mind, we need monies to support restaurants to move to compostables or to reusables. Okay, I think I'll stop there.
you very much. Thank you, especially for remembering about, takeout food containers and single-use containers. So I see our city manager has her hand up, and so I'll go to her before I go to you, Councilmember King.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Fisher, for your questions. What we have learned from the pandemic, and though we don't have specific data in the staff report, we did learn that utility payments were the number one cost. Actually, water was the number one cost for most households. We do know that low-income households were the most affected in the pandemic across the board. So that is why we're seeing the utility payments to get everybody back up to flush and back up to zero. You mentioned women not going back to work. We are in this state in a childcare crisis, and we worked with the Boys and Girls Club throughout the pandemic, and they did ask us for additional funding because people are trying to get back to work, and so that represents the money that we've set aside for the childcare. As far as our food distributors, we see either pre-pandemic and during the pandemic and post-pandemic, there's huge food insecurity. And our local food distributors are the ones that go to Redwood Empire Food Bank to purchase the food to get to our folks here on the ground. So that is why we are proposing that program, Feeding Petaluma, to ensure that our food distributors have that funding so we can strengthen that system. That's really what I have right now. But I can tell you that a lot of thought has been put into this, and we do have our service providers here in the audience. I know Lee Semple from PPSC is here. We've got representation from the Boys and Girls Club and other folks that are in attendance that are happy to talk about the impact of on our community.
So in regard to the utility payments and the impact of that, so clearly these are the folks that really need our assistance, right? Those who can't make their utility payments are having to make an option of paying for food versus utilities and that kind of thing. Clearly, that's the segment of our community that needs the most help. And again, in the staff report, I don't have any information about how many people they are, and most importantly, what's going to happen in the future. You know, if we relieve them of the obligation of their bills right now, but what happens next month and the month after? And, you know, I mean, we call ourselves post-pandemic, but we're not. You know, we're still kind of in the middle of this. And so we don't know what is going to happen and how do we provide for those folks who are already struggling and presumably will continue to.
And that is the challenge with this funding, because it is one time. So we're trying to make the most out of a one-time funding source, and a very specific funding source at that. But Corey, you may want to add a little bit about our utility customers, because I know you've been tracking that throughout the pandemic.
Yeah, so what I can say is that we have about $650,000 worth of utility accounts that are past due. And at this moment, I can't remember how many accounts, but it's significant, that have previously never been past due. And so it is believed to be that the reason they are past due is because of COVID. And so our hope is that if we are covering their past due balance with these ARPA funds, that it will allow them to stay current. So what we do know is that when folks fall behind, they have a very difficult time catching up, and they actually tend to not pay at all. And so our hope is that when we, pay their account, get it up to that current status, that they'll have an easier time maintaining it. So that's kind of the program that we've outlined here in the staff report.
Okay, and just to follow up on the food security issue. So does Interfaith and the other one, sorry, I don't remember who it was.
Salvation Army.
Salvation Army, thank you. So you said that they're going to Redwood Empire Food Bank, purchasing food and then distributing it to our community?
That's correct.
So the money, so you're offering that the money doesn't go directly to Redwood, but it goes to Redwood indirectly through these other two organizations.
Eventually it goes to Redwood Empire Food Bank. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And if I could just jump in there before you go on, Dave, I will just say that I also was reached out to by, as I think we all were, as Councilmember Healy pointed out, by Redwood Empire Food Bank, and I have volunteered for them, and I think they're a great group. But I do know that the Interfaith Pantry and the groups that are feeding people right here, they're buying at a very discounted rate, but they are buying from the Redwood Empire Food Bank. That is their source of food, but they also look for other sources of food as well that will give them for free. But they definitely, that money does make its way back to the Red Empire Food Bank so that they can expand and buy even more food. So just for that information. So Councilmember King.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions and a few comments. But my first question relates to the utility customer delinquent account assistance item. As I understand it right now, no one's water is being turned off for non-payment. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. As I know, no one's electricity is being turned off for non-payment, at least in California. So with that answer, and Councilmember Healy's comment about SB 222, one thing I would ask us to consider is maybe carving that item out and tracking the bill to see where things stand, and then coming back with that item if the bill fails or the bill isn't properly funded, or a true analysis of how that impacts our the folks that are impacted by COVID and not paying the bill. And I appreciate the fact that the tracking, as close as you can in this instance, shows accounts that had been paid up until some point in the last 16 months with consistent regularity, and now are not being paid. I did have some concern that we might have a few people who are just taking advantage of the situation, but on the whole, I think you're probably right about COVID affected. But I think that's one option. And with that, the question is, if we pull out an item here, does it impact if we had to do this on the remainder of something on an urgency basis? Would we be able to do that as a procedural matter? Because that's at least with that at the moment, I'd like to at least explore what the state's going to do. And as noted, it would allow some of that 650,000, if not all of it, to be used elsewhere. So that's a question. And then my other question is on the small business loan forgiveness. Actually, it's more on the expanded free range program. The forgiveness is pretty clear in the staff report. Generally, it's $250,000. What do we have in mind there going forward? Because I do agree that the restaurants in town are going to need some time to recoup, to say the least. I think but I just want some clarity on that. So that's another question I have. And then the third relates to what we cannot spend money on. And it actually is a broader question, because we have a climate ready campaign, which is climate related, but we can't use it for mitigation of climate impacts. I'm assuming that slides into an exception, which leads me to a broader question. If whatever we wind up approving, whether it's tonight or some other time frame, is there a reporting mechanism where you have to report to some entity in the federal government about how the city spent the money, and have they defined what happens in unfortunate event, if it ever does occur, that something's rejected. So I'm just curious about that as a general rule. So those are my three questions. My comment is there's a lot that we can spend money on in this city, even with the influx of Measure U and the last 16 months and continuing. I agree with Members Fisher's. We're acting like it's over, but quite frankly, it isn't over, even remotely, in my view. We could spend on a lot of things, but this is a pretty good list that we could fight over, but I'm inclined to generally support most, if not all, of these items. So that's my comment. But whoever might have the answers to my questions, I'd appreciate somebody jumping in.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to jump in right now, City Manager?
I think I'm going to have Brian answer one question, Corey, and then I can sum it up at the end. I think
Okay. Whoever in that team wants to go forward, please do.
Yeah, I'll jump in maybe on question 3 first, just to clarify one thing, and I apologize if my slide was a little confusing. So the climate mitigation is not a specifically excluded item. It's just that we have a wide variety of initiatives related to climate that we are unable to fund, and the total cost of those we feel significantly outweighs any contribution from ARPA that we could imagine. But there are specific reporting aspects that are outlined in the federal Treasury guidance, and Corey may be able to respond to a little more detail about those, but we do need to report on how we're spending the money.
I'm not sure I'm prepared to talk about the details about the reporting. All I know is that we do have to report, so we're going to be sure to track all of our costs and all of the revenue that we receive, and in a easily understandable manner, so that years down the road when we're required to submit reporting, it's doable.
Okay, thank you. And City Manager?
And then I would just say for the small business line item, I have it down. So the small business loan and expanded free range program consists of giving the loans of $172,000. The tents were about $250,000. So that's already money that's been spent. And then just replenishing those coffers. And so that leaves us $79,000 for a continued program, which we are looking at how do we create permit-ready parklets. So it meets everybody's needs, and it's a very no or low cost solution for ongoing. We know that the Restaurant Association has data that shows it's going to take at least 2 to 3 years for restaurants to recover. And so we want to make sure that we're maximizing our beautiful weather and getting folks outside dining and expanding those footprints of the restaurants that really helped us also get through the pandemic and provide that food security for everyone. So $79,000 remain out of that for new programming. And Corey, correct me if I got one of those numbers wrong, please.
Oh, you're correct.
And then finally, I think Councilmember King, your first question was more of a procedural question related to if we were to strip out the $650,000 utility customer assistance, how would that work? And I believe, although Eric, city attorney, may want to correct me if I'm wrong, but that could be made via the motion verbally if the council were to go ahead and adopt, and then we would make that amendment and then bring that with a second reading. Now, if it's an urgency ordinance, that would be the one and done kind of thing, but that could be made verbally, and we could strike that from the exhibit, which, Corey, I believe, is that exhibit 3 attached to the ordinance that lists the specific line items of the programs. We would just strike that from the council action.
I think that works, Brian, as you described it. If there are more council questions, we can address them.
Okay,
and I guess I'll just add the non-urgency version of the ordinance that's been prepared is really just to avoid us having to do it on the fly, which is something the council has the authority to do, but it's sometimes difficult to do. So we're just trying to be prepared. Thanks.
Thank you. One of those questions, one of those answers hit something that Councilmember Fisher asked, but I don't think it was specifically an answer. The 250,000 or the 200,000 that was spent on tents, were those rentals or were those purchases?
I believe we purchased them, but I'm going to ask Ingrid to break it down. I believe we purchased them and then rented them out for, I don't know, minimal.
It was a combination of rentals and purchases. The primary dictator was more about time in the winter when the restaurants were desperate. Every day and every week was counting. So we did what we could to get things out as quickly as possible.
So I guess the question, if I can follow on, Councilmember Fisher, you can ask your own question, but a part of what I'm interested in is what assets do we currently have that can be reused versus how much of that $200,000 is just now in, whoever we rented them from.
I don't have that exact data, but I'm happy to pull it because I just don't know exactly how it breaks down. It's probably close to 50-50 or thereabouts.
Okay, 50-50 is a ballpark. Go ahead, Councilmember Fisher.
Yeah, so a follow-up question then, are we continuing every month to pay that rental fee as a city?
Yes.
And so we're not passing that through to the restaurants?
Not at this time. No, we're not at this time.
So we own some of them. We don't know how many, and we are continuing to rent on a monthly basis, which must be an exorbitant amount of money, I would think. Like, have we analyzed any of this, or we should be purchasing versus renting, or?
Yes, like I said, at the time, we were so time constrained that our goal was to keep our restaurants open, knowing that in many cases, a few weeks would probably have cost several restaurants. And we are working on analyzing that, looking forward to determine sort of how we want to alter the program. We didn't charge when we first put the tents out. Again, our goal was really, we're in emergency response mode. And I apologize, I don't have that info pulled together tonight. I just didn't know that we were going to cover that in that detail. So my apologies.
Okay, thank you. So now I have Councilmember Posake followed by the mayor.
Yeah, most of mine have been answered, but I guess I just want to make a comment that I'm in support of doing something with the delinquent accounts to keep us eligible for some additional state money that might become available.
Thank you, and Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks to staff for putting together the proposal. I have a couple of different questions going through. On the utility delinquent account assistance, sort of building on what Councilmember Fisher and King mentioned, that we're not at the end of this. So when would when would we stop counting the delinquent accounts? Do we know when that date is? And like, if there, heaven forbid, there was some sort of other lockdown or something like that and people couldn't pay, like, do we know when we're going to require people to start paying again and not cover through?
Well, we're currently still not turning folks off for two reasons: because we're still in, the midst of the pandemic, and also because we're in the middle of revising our ordinance, which aligns our ordinance with the state law. So that's coming forward to council likely within the next 2 months. So there's those two reasons why we're not turning folks off. We haven't discussed in detail how long we are going to continue to provide that type of assistance. And given, the state of the economy and the state of the world, this could be going on for many more months. And so what we're trying to do is just provide the assistance, as of 2 months ago, to these customers. So that those balances will likely grow. And I'm sure some of those folks are still out of, work, and they'll remain delinquent in their accounts. So it's hard to know, but we're just trying to provide a little bit of assistance through this program.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. On the one hand, I think it's really important to provide some certainty to people that they're going to be forgiven, and on the other hand, it's like, how much longer could it go? And so I understand the tension there. On the free range program, I'm certainly a fan of it, and I'd like to see it converted to permanent. I'm wondering, do we have a sense of when we were going to start passing the full cost of the tent rentals onto the restaurants, or how long we were going to continue to rent? I guess.
Our initial plan was to get through October, and again, it's been such a guessing game. We thought we were going to open, and we didn't open. So we were really waiting to get to June 15th when we would be at full reopening to see if the restaurants would be recovering, if people would be willing to go out to eat, which we are seeing now. I feel like we're in a very positive place. And as much as it feels like we've been here forever, it was really a month ago that we got to reopening. So I think that now is a really good time to circle back, see how restaurants are doing, and think through looking forward in terms of how they're doing, what their recovery looks like, and how we can begin to start sharing some of the costs with the restaurants who are finally earning after a year of almost no earning, if any.
Right. Okay. And the reason why I was asking that, and this goes to more of a comment, but while we're on the topic, is more that if we have a sense of how much we're going to be out of pocket renting tents, that I would encourage us to do something and convert the tent rental into a grant to build something permanent. It's just, I think it's more appealing. And again, I think it moves us more towards being a pedestrian oriented and supporting business. So our local businesses. So I would encourage us to look at that. On the city facility COVID workplace safety, and then the council chambers technology audio video, are these in addition to what was in the capital budgets? In particular on the audio visual, it feels like it's like an 80% increase on what we had in the SIP.
This is in addition to.
Okay. And is there, I guess I'm just looking for more, justification of why, we're increasing the budget for those specific projects so significantly, and they weren't in the capital budget that way.
Those projects weren't in the budget because we didn't know the extent. I mean, I can tell you right now, just repopulating City Hall, we can't repopulate the way we did back in the day because we would be packed in like sardines. And that, as everybody mentioned, we're not post-COVID yet, right? So We're trying to do it safely, and also accommodate for the new staff. So, we've been looking at what we could do with that one-time funds, and fairly soon we can start to plan for that.
Understood. So really the purpose of the push on this is just so that we're ready to repopulate City Hall and then be ready for the new workers.
That's correct.
Right. Thank you. I guess similar point in the police department facility remodel, like that's it's 100% over what was in the capital budget. And I'm going to this place because for me, and I've asked this question multiple times, but is this always going to be where City Hall is? Is that always going to be where the police department is? Or are we going to create some sort of a center? I realize it's way down, it may be way down the road, but it's also a lot of money that we're planning to spend right now. So I'm just wanting a little bit of justification on that.
And I can also have our police chief kind of bring you up to speed on the studies that we have done. But I'm going to say what I said a few meetings ago, where Mr. Hanania continues to say that I was lying. I'm going to tell you that there are some things we have to do immediately. We've got staff at the police department that have lockers outside that are in the elements. We have other issues at the police department that we can't wait to build another facility in order to take care of our staff. So we're kind of in this push-pull time where we have to address some facility issues to A, retain a diverse workforce, and B, ensure both public and staff health and safety. So I'm going to let Chief Savano speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member, and thank you, City Manager Flynn. I can say that, in summary, you touched on the issues. We thankfully have been able to hire more female officers, so our locker room is at capacity on the men's side. That's just one example in addition to the examples that City Manager Flynn just mentioned. Additionally, you may recall that we had a comprehensive study done in 2008 that looked at our building, which was a remodeled mortuary from 1985. And we were at capacity then, and there's not even enough room there to do any kind of long-term expansion to accommodate us into the future. So there's ventilation issues, there's evidence processing issues, there's infrastructure with our technology and network systems. Basically, the server room is in a closet that's not properly ventilated, and the list goes on, and I could continue to go. That doesn't even cover the Homeland Security evaluation, which I won't get into detail with because of the sensitivity of that, but it does address the safety and well-being of our staff. And so while we agree long-term, a better solution for a lot of our facilities needs to be planned out, this is a way to get us at least through the next few years until a plan is in place to address it long-term.
Thank you, Chief. And then my final question is with respect to the fire engine. And I was looking back at the department budget, and the facilities were a primary concern. And I think I asked Chief Thompson, I think I asked you about what your priority was, and I think you said a new facilities. And I'm just wondering, with understanding some of the challenges we're facing with our dressing rooms that I've heard about, or different things, like why wouldn't we want to put this into, mission critical facilities upgrades?
Thank you for that question. As you know, the fire department has many, many needs. Replacing our fire station that was built in the 1930s is, of course, our primary concern, because it's unreinforced concrete and it creates a hazard for us. But just this one-time money, just to upgrade that station would be, I think, throwing good money after bad. So you've got at least 3 to 4 years before, if you started today, to rebuild that facility at a location we haven't had yet. So it creates issues for us. I think the apparatus that we're talking about is 6 years behind in being replaced. And I think that money would be best spent replacing that fire engine. We don't want our apparatus to break down in the midst of a response. So we've been keeping good tabs on how we want to replace our apparatus. We just haven't had the funding vehicle to do that. So this is a great opportunity for us to do that so that we can move forward in replacing that much needed apparatus.
Okay. That's all my questions for now.
Okay, thank you. So I will now ask our city clerk if she's received any public comment on this item.
Madam Mayor, we received 2 public comments in response to this item. They're both posted with the agenda packet online.
Okay, thank you. And now I will ask our moderator if you will see if any of the attendees would like to speak to this item and open public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand. I see a number of hands raised. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments. First speaker is Stephen Roddenberry, followed by George Cohan. Stephen, you may unmute and begin your comments. Stephen, are you there?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Oh, fine. I just wanted to bring you up to date on this matter because I know of your concern about it. We got, Friday night, got a message from Khrushchev, which said that he would withdraw these missiles and technicians and so on, providing we did not plan to invade Cuba. We then got a message, the public one, the next morning, in which he said he would do that if we.
I don't believe this is on the item.
Turkey.
Stephen, I'm gonna pause.
That's John Kennedy.
I'm not sure how that recording is relevant to this discussion. If you have a comment, please provide it now. Stephen, I don't think that.
Yesterday, the United States.
Okay. I'm sorry, Stephen. We're going to move on to the next speaker. Next speaker is George Cohan, followed by Chris, JRN. George, you may unmute and begin your comments. George, are you there?
Good evening. Members of my.
Okay, it sounds like we're being Zoom bombed today. The next speaker will be Chris, JRN, followed by Ben Peters. Chris, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, Council. You'll be pleased to know it's not Richard Nixon here. I have 2 points on the proposed ARPA funds. I am very pleased to hear of the city's planned audio-video upgrades for City Hall. If city committees do need to return to chambers in the near future, hybrid meetings where people can continue to attend and participate in city meetings can only be a good thing. Many of my friends are far more aware of what's going on in their cities, and it's reduced barriers to contributing by joining or commenting on committees and on council. So continuing that program will be just excellent. A $250,000 investment in the future of public participation in this city, I feel, will pay returns for many years to come. On the other hand, I'm really quite fascinated by the police requesting twice as much money for upgrades to their facilities, and I'm really quite curious about the timing of this. Undersized police facilities seem to have arisen entirely from increased staff that was funded through the recent Measure U staffing increases, and seem like they could have been requested at a similar time when the police department was requesting this increased staffing. And similarly, these functional issues with the restroom locker room would appear to arise entirely from increased staffing that had been previously funded. And it really surprises me that the police department didn't foresee this need for new facilities at the point when they requested additional staff. In this year where the Petaluma Police Department has requested and received a record budget from the city, it seems like the police should be able to do a lot more with the more that they already have. And in particular for this historic one-off budget injection, surely there are better uses for this that could benefit everyone in Petaluma. $500,000 for a nicer toilet for our police officers does not benefit the broader community. It doesn't help our city recover from the pandemic. And this just sounds like an opportunity for the police to significantly increase their budget under the guise of an urgency process in council. And I encourage you to look at spending your ARPA funds elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next speaker is Ben Peters, followed by Elise. Ben, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So I did check back on the tentative agenda for this item, and it says discussion and direction on use of the funds. And then we get to tonight and we add the urgency ordinance to this. And then in the comment, we have a lot of questions about how non-urgent things are being requested in this urgency appropriation. And then there's the staff commentary that, well, then there could be a verbal motion to perhaps eliminate some of the non-urgent items. So from a purely procedural aspect, we have very limited public engagement on this topic, especially if the public wasn't properly noticed that there would be the motion of an urgency ordinance. And this really defies fiscal prudence because we're spending money that we don't yet have. And you could, of course, make the argument that if we're going to get this next May, that we indeed do have it in this fiscal year, we should go ahead and spend the money ahead of time now on things that may or may not be urgent. So recognizing that there doesn't appear to be the unanimous support for appropriating funds for both urgent and non-urgent items, I would simply like to make the request that this topic be continued to the meeting where we talk about our goals and priorities, because this is a much more natural topic to go into that conversation. You could even do the yellow, red, green, vote for your top 5, because what has happened here is a lot of good projects have been represented as being urgent for one reason or another, when some of them indeed are less meritorious than others. And what the public and the members of the city council lack are the options that didn't make it onto this list, which is very much how the goals and priorities conversation went. And so without a full and comprehensive list of what things can do, we can't really even talk about the merits of one project over the other. I don't even have the ability to comment on the merits. For example, the slippery slope of paying people's water bills who may not be meeting their efficiency targets. That's a number of examples. So thanks.
Thank you, Ben. Next speaker is Elise, followed by Mary Beth Leland. Elise, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. I think this is a really important topic, and as somebody who spends most of my days, long days, working with hundreds of people who've been impacted, I know that most of these projects are really, really important. I do want to talk about the utility payments that are in the arrears. There is an opportunity for any renters in Petaluma and countywide who may have been paying their rent to get rental assistance through the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, in which Petaluma People's Services Center is working with the county on providing to cover their utility costs. And so anybody who has been impacted by COVID, anybody who actually is in the arrears in their utility, as long as they're a renter, we pay 100% of their rent. And it was originally income qualified. However, the state of California has lifted that opportunity. So it may be that we could work with finance to send out a special mailing to those who are behind in their rent, so we can get them into this application process and get their utilities paid, so that we can offset the cost to the city by using additional funds that are available that could be leveraged to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise. The next speaker is Mary Beth Leland, followed by Sarah. Mary Beth, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, thank you. First, thank you, Delinda, for your comments about wanting to have more information about how Petaluma has been impacted by COVID before making decisions about how to spend this money. I thought that was a great point. And a little bit in line with what I was already planning on commenting on, supporting our young adults who are using outdoor parks facilities is a great way to use this money. We've seen incredible increases in mental health issues in this age group, in this demographic due to COVID. So thanks all of you for listening to the public and recommending the increase in funding to move the skateboard to park project forward. Last Thursday evening, over 50 athletes on wheels were enjoying this skate park at one time, and many young adults just stayed along the edges as it was too crowded for their speed and their size. But still, many near collisions had me holding my breath. The closest analogy I can come up with for what it's like for such a wide demographic to share such a small space is to imagine what it would be like playing competitive high school baseball at the same time and on the same field as middle school recreational wiffle ball at the same time and on the same field as pre-K ball. We would never let this happen on a Petaluma field. To be chaotic and dangerous, but that's what we've created in Petaluma Skate Park. But besides the physical risks of several demographics using the park simultaneously, here's why this feels urgent to me. Those of you who follow discussions on Nextdoor or Facebook's Petaluma Families will see a dramatic discussion of bullying, harassment, even assault. There's even a Facebook group called Methaluma's Skate Park. An online discussion just last week paints a picture of a park that's not safe anymore. Too many families to count have awful stories of kids coming home from the skate park in tears or hurt, their boards broken, their scooters thrown over fences. There's been human feces found twice this summer in the park. A fire started. There's cannabis corner and even a broken bike thrown into the skating area and a glass bottle thrown onto the pool deck. Our new Facebook group, Friends of the Petaluma Skate Park, gained 150 members in a few days, but we have no idea what to do about it. A new park that's big enough to host the bikers, scooters, skateboarders that currently use it, yes, but perhaps more urgently, some immediate programming, staffing, cameras, I don't know, some discussion around problem solving in response to recent aggression is in immediate order. Stark data from mental health providers demonstrates the impact of the pandemic on students. So now is the chance, and this is the money to use to support their comeback. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Sarah, followed by Eric Cleveland. Sarah, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Yes, thank you. As Chris mentioned earlier, I want to appreciate the spending on AV equipment to make City Hall able to facilitate hybrid meetings. That's something that would have been important and useful even without the pandemic, and with the pandemic, it's absolutely necessary. I also want to appreciate Councilmember Fisher's questions and comments tonight on who was most impacted by COVID and who needs the most support right now and who these funds are intended for. Those questions are incredibly important, along with the questions Chris brought up earlier about spending on the police station. Like, I don't actually understand how upgrading that station is justified for the use of these fundings. Like, this is not one of the industries that was negatively impacted by COVID. This isn't the negative impacts in like assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, and you could maybe swing it under like the infrastructure piece, but it's infrastructure for a very small subset of folks. The point being that this is not what those funds are for. Those funds are for people who have been further disadvantaged by COVID. Even without the data around what Councilmember Fisher was asking about, we know that our community has been hit hard. People have lost their homes. Those who have been homeless since before the pandemic are now surviving with even less resources, as those are taken up newly displaced, unsheltered people. That crisis is increasingly disrupting our lives because of the lack of those resources, evidenced by the previous speaker talking about how there are so many people disrupting the lives of folks at those parks. Like, those kind of issues are because we don't have the same level of resources that we did prior to the pandemic. Things have gotten gotten worse. And now with a nationwide movement talking about defunding the police, this is the opposite of that. This is like that movement is about taking money that is being used by police departments that are increasingly funded, throughout the country, and moving that into services that would address root causes of things. And this is the opposite. This is actually taking money from the community and putting it into that department. And that just isn't right. Like, I don't think you can, like, if you don't push against this, I don't think you really get to call yourself a progressive. Point blank. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next speaker is Eric Leland, followed by Beverly Alexander. Eric, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the focus in this proposed budget on making Petaluma whole again, especially after the damage wrought by the pandemic, which is currently going on. I also appreciate the urgency of getting this money to help people right now. Food security is critical. Building out hybrid public meetings is critical. There's a lot of items in here that are critical to fund, utility payments, so forth. I do want to echo what other commenters and Councilmember Fisher said, and I kind of sum it up as, where's the data? It's really hard to debate allocations without the data. Specifically, as a previous comment mentioned, this is also a problem with the budget priorities conversation. It becomes really hard to just sort of toss around what's more or less important, because we're trying to figure out who's affected and how do we help them. I would see, based on my knowledge of what's, who's been affected in our community, I'd like to see the ARPA funding have a more specific focus on our underserved communities disproportionately affected by the pandemic. So, some are clearly in this budget. But, for instance, we have somewhere in the order of 28% Hispanic population in Petaluma. In the county of Sonoma, we have something in the order of 38,000 undocumented immigrants. If we just focus on our immigrant community, there's a number of organizations that support this population. And just like we're doing with food security or what's been proposed, we could divide up monies for these groups that really do a fantastic job of reaching out and helping a particular underserved community that doesn't qualify in many cases for the fundings, variously local, state, and federal, that have been provided to other folks that are more served. So I would just recommend that we think about this in our conversations of how to allocate this money and base that on data of what we know, what is really going on in Petaluma, who's affected, who really needs that help. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those comments, Eric. Next speaker is Beverly Alexander, followed by Susan Kirks. Beverly, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Okay. Thank you so much to everyone who has commented. So many issues have been brought up that are really important. And the general thing I want to say is that people should come before facilities. Although facilities do serve people, I think we need to look at where the suffering is and address those issues first. And a lot of the things in here, especially the budget being so heavily weighted to the improvement of city hall facilities, doesn't seem right. I mean, maybe with some more thought, maybe I would change my mind, but it sounds to me like we're paying more attention to things than we are to people. And I know City Hall affects people, it's not just one thing, but I agree with Councilmember Fisher and all the people who say we need to look at this more. We need more community involvement. We need to be aware of where the suffering is and how this money can best be spent to alleviate that suffering. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Beverly. Next speaker is Susan Kirks, followed by Veronica O. Susan, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. Well, I have a few comments, and I appreciate all the speakers who came before me. I especially want to thank Mary Beth Leland, because I'm looking at community projects and I'm thinking, how is it that ARPA funds should be spent to supplement the skate park planning and assessment? And I appreciate her comments because it really directly relates to community needs and observed impacts and helping our youth. So that actually transformed my thought on that. I support the utility account assistance. I think that's very important. And what other people have said, I mean, this is, what are these funds intended for? First of all, the pandemic is still with us, and who knows that we will not have another lockdown. I think as elected officials and leaders of our city, taking care of our city, you all have a responsibility to really think about preparedness, how these funds would best be used in the event that this happens again in 6 months. What kind of fund could be set aside for preparedness? I think I read in the staff report that the funds need to be spent by or expended by 2024. So there's certainly time to give this a little more thought rather than bring urgency ordinance before the council tonight with what the staff has come up with that they would like to see. This is a pattern that occurs here in the city, and it's presented fairly professionally, but it's very lacking in terms of a holistic approach and our understanding what our needs are here in the community. I'd also like to suggest that a $1,000 payment to the employees of the city of Petaluma is misguided thinking. We must think about our citizens, our residents, the people who really are direly in need of help, including our businesses, and how to support that process, perhaps over the next 2 years, to recover and to be prepared for what may come next. So I definitely would not support a $1,000 payment to employees of the city of Petaluma. Employees were at home, they were still doing their jobs. I don't know how many city employees lost their jobs. So that seems very misplaced to me. And then lastly, I'd just like to say that I only have 12 seconds, I think, but I'm sorry, I don't think $200,000 going to replace a dock for Friends of the Petaluma River is an appropriate allocation of these funds. And I thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Veronica O, followed by John Hanania. Veronica, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, Mayor Barrett, City Council staff, and community. I would just like to echo some of the comments tonight. One was Ben Peters on opening this process up to the community. I think, although I know there's been time spent by staff on coming up with some of the ideas, I do feel that we're talking about assistance, which is basically a temporary Band-Aid. And then we have recovery, which is actually, you know, what are we going to do in terms of our economic recovery? What are we going to do for health and access to food for our community? And the free range program was very popular. I like the idea of creating more permanent solutions for that. And then we have people that have been suffering in varying degrees, like small businesses having to pivot, and some of them have failed during this process. And people in the city, on the other hand, have received a salary. So my question is, what or who gets and how much? That's really not sitting right with me, that it feels like this process needs to be looked at a little more closely. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I support the other ideas about being outdoors and bike and ped being a priority and small businesses in our community. And then how do we design and create economic opportunities? So maybe some programs that could be funded with this money that would help our businesses for the future. Like, what does our future look like? Not just temporarily, fixing some of the, the economic need right now, but what does it look like later so we can plan for it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Veronica. Next speaker is John Hania, followed by Michael DeGede. John, you may unmute and begin your comments.
All right, let's try this one. First, I think Susan Kirk was right on the money. I don't see why the staff should get $1,000 each when they receive the stimulus, just like everybody else. Any of the public who have been anywhere, seen any of the public safety buildings, they will know that Petaluma Police Department is nothing but a dump. Okay, I'll say it again, a dump. But what bothers me is Brian Cochran said tonight, remodel, improvement, then safety. On May 8th, and maybe we can put this to rest once and for all, on May 8th, it was remodel and improvement. And when Brian Barnacle started asking questions, Peggy Flynn completely jumped to scary tactic. It's a safety, and I say she lied. It's matter of interpretation. And again, let me remind you of the First Amendment, okay? I am within my rights to say what I feel. But I would like to take a tour of what needs to be done and to see for myself. Because from what I've found out, its majority is improvement and remodel. But again, how long are you going to do that improvement for? How long are they going to stay in that building? It doesn't make sense if you're going to just waste the money and be there for very short time. Right now, they have 3 different locations. The one on the boulevard, the one across the street, the one in Walnut Park. Okay. The fire department, does it need a new fire department? Absolutely. But again, I'd like to remind everybody in the community who don't know this, Luma, because of Eric Danley and the former city manager, I don't know if I say it, you're not gonna like it. There are a lack of due diligence. They lost almost $2 million in a lawsuit for the female firefighter because they didn't have a dressing room for her. So maybe perhaps you guys can give me a straight answer. Are we doing a remodel, improvement, or a safety? Because to me, somebody was lying. But if the police department have no place to go for several years, then you need to do something because that place is a dump. And again, I was down at the San Rafael Safety Center last week, and I'll encourage any of you to go and see what it looks like. So use your money wisely. Thank you.
All right, next speaker is Michael DeGede, followed by Glenn Fordyce. Michael, you may unmute and begin your comments. Michael, are you there?
That is the result of His Majesty's government.
Look at this small unit of the...
All right, so we're getting Zoom bombed again. Good to see people are trying to participate in government. Glenn Fordyce, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Buonasera.
All right, well, that is the last hand we have raised, so I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the council. And I think I will start this. You know, it is really good to hear a lot of the comments that people made. And I actually found it interesting that one of the, I believe it was Susan Kirks, who said that she learned about why the skateboard park would be an urgent thing and be a good thing, which she didn't think ahead of time. And I appreciate that we're all learning from what people feel and are see happen. But I also, heard her say at the end of her comment that she didn't think that the float dock for the Friends of the Petaluma River was a good use of money. But for the very same reasons that Ms. Leland described very, very well about why the skate park improvements are really important for an underserved group in our community. We're seeing exactly that same ideal brought over to people who are being open and taught about wetlands and about how climate is affecting our river and our community. And that's a really great service that the Friends of the Petaluma River provides in their educational component. And they can't do that if they can't get children in the river and get them out to see how the wetlands work. So I think this it's difficult for everybody to know everything. Mr. Hanania also brought up that he felt it was a big detriment that our city didn't have adequate facilities for a female fire person. And yet people are complaining about money being spent on the police department. Well, the police department probably was inadequate when they actually moved in there. And it does not meet the needs for having a safe and careful place for people all people to work and be safe in their when they have to change clothes and stay perhaps overnight. We need to address those issues. We also need to meet the confidentiality needs of our public when they come to the police department. They don't want to run into someone who may be being held there who they believe is the perpetrator of their crime. And we're not able to make that distance because of the facility. So, it isn't some great big scheme to put bad money or good money into a bad building. The fire department building on the west side of town has been known to be not seismically safe since before I got on the council, I'm in my 15th year here. So, we may think, we don't want to spend this money on a building that we're not even going to be in. But actually people are working in those buildings and it's our responsibility to keep them safe. And so these aren't really frivolous paddings for people who didn't lose their jobs during the pandemic. These people, are people who have been working, I think, practically around the clock. And $1,000 stipend for what the people on this staff have done is, to me, not only justified, but perhaps not even enough. And I think everybody realizes, and I hear the empathy for our people in our community saying, what about the people who've really been affected by the pandemic? Well, those are our employees. They have children at home that they're having to monitor how they're learning at home. They have a spouse or a partner at home who's also working, and they may not have separate rooms for them to all be doing this. They're balancing and making that same sacrifice that everybody has made during the pandemic. These are not things that we are putting money into. These are people that we are putting money into. People cannot come back to work to provide the better service of a hybrid kind of city council meeting if the air quality is not safe and up to CDC standards. We cannot do that if we don't have AV equipment to be able to meet the hybrid nature of dealing with the people who are in the city hall and the people who are calling in like we are right now. You know, that takes a lot of planning, and it takes a lot of upgrades from our 60-year-old building that, you know, never even it thought about something like Zoom. So, you know, I just think that it's really, really important to remember that, you know, staff is aware of what has been done a lot, and they bring these ideas to us. These are brought to us based on our adopted goals that we already have been working on, you know, from past years. And, you know, so these are not just things that come out of nowhere and things that have not been vetted. So I just really wanted to make that point, because I hear that a lot of the people who commented, which I appreciate, really concerned about those ideas. And I think that much and practically most of what has been suggested tonight actually meets what I think people in the council want. So, or in the community want. So I just wanted to leave it at that. And with that, I see that we have a few hands up for more comments or questions. And we'll go to Councilmember Fisher, and then Councilmember Healy and Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I normally don't push back on your comments, but I'm going to tonight because I feel very strongly about this. You know, and I said this during our budget session and our goal setting session, that I really felt as though staff was listening and representing what we as a council want. And my real concern with what is being brought before us is not every one of the items, but the fact that, you know, our staff didn't lose their jobs. People in the community lost their jobs. They lost their health insurance. They lost their benefits. And yes, our staff had all of the impacts that other community members had that did keep their jobs. But again, my concern is that we're growing this gap between the haves and the have-not in our community, when we have an opportunity now to actually narrow that gap with this funding from the federal government. And I don't see us doing that. And that, again, I don't have the data to make these decisions. Because I don't know who is affected and who needs the help. And I can't make a decision of whether to put it over here, over here, over here, without having the whole overarching picture of who it is that's impacted and how they're impacted and what do they need. And I don't have that information. So I can't make the decisions that are before me tonight. Thanks.
Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So, Madam Mayor, I actually agree with everything you just said, so I won't say them again. I'm prepared to move forward with a motion, but I'd like to hear what other council members' thoughts are before I do that. Thank you.
Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I also agreed with your comments quite thoroughly. And I just, you know, we go through this item bullet point by bullet point. And what I see throughout is an attempt to do a number of things, one of which, and a very important part of it, is to address the people who are affected. Utility customer delinquent account assistance. To the extent that the state doesn't come forward with that, I support that. And I support it because I think it will help people out who have suffered. Small business loan forgiveness. We all wax poetic about our downtown. Our restaurants fail downtown. We don't have a downtown. Our restaurants and bars are our anchor tenants. As someone who has worked downtown for closing on 3 decades, I've seen the changes, and the changes are incredible. So those are businesses who employ people, and employ people at not the greatest wages, including their tips, by and large. And those businesses don't exist. Their jobs disappear. Interim housing solution for the homeless. child care assistance, feeding Petaluma. Those are all directly related to helping people who are impacted by COVID or impacted by the weight of trying to survive during the course of their lives. The next categories relating to the chambers are directly related to the access that we may have for people during the COVID crisis to their democracy, to be able to get up and speak or go on a computer and speak. Imagine if we didn't have this the last 16 months, and our systems need improvement. So I think those are there. As for the police department facility remodel, maybe it's not the most vulnerable people directly affected, but it's the people who serve the most vulnerable people quite frequently who are. So I think that's a very good allocation. Fire department vehicle replacement. I don't want to be, and I don't want anyone in our community to be the person who's waiting because our vehicles are too old to get there at a given. And lastly, on the park, both the river dock and the skate park, one of the things that kept people sane once we kind of got an idea of what we can do was being outside. And both of those support the concept of being outside. And in terms of the skate park, we're talking about kids mostly being outside and having something to do. And you know, among the people affected, I don't have young kids anymore, but I'm a mentor for Mentor Me, and I mentor a sixth grader, a very social sixth grader, who spent the last year plus isolated. And in his circumstance, he was very, very isolated. Having a place to go or having something to do would have made all the difference, makes all the difference in the world to a kid like that. And you can multiply that by thousands. So I think this is a very supportable collection of items. And I appreciate the variety and depth. The one item I would temporarily suggest we remove is utility customer delinquent account assistance pending the Senate bill and pending Elise Hempel's comments and follow-up, and then revisit it, put it aside, don't spend it, and use it as needed, because we might need both the assistance potentially provided in SB 222 and this money to help people get their accounts straight, because it's going to continue for a while. But those would be my comments. I'm prepared to support everything. I'm really not drawing the line on the utility customer delinquent account, but if we can find other funding for it and see where that goes, I think that's the one thing I would like to see us wait for. And I'm also prepared to move the item or second at some point, but I'll wait and hear from everybody else.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Barnacle, followed by Councilmember Posick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, in general, when I look at these items, there's things in here that to me are no-brainers as urgency items, providing certainty to small businesses, providing certainty to residents who are delinquent on their payments, making sure that providing interim housing, childcare, feed Petaluma, making sure that we're fully funding the audio-visual retrofit. I love the way Mary Beth Leland characterized the importance of ample outdoor space. And so the skate park for me, the planning of it is one thing. I also think we need to look at interim solutions like skate plazas. Very supportive of the Friends of the River Dock. Where I get a little lost is in, and I totally support the staff stipend as well. I think that absolutely our staff have put in an inordinate amount of extra work this year, and I hear what Councilmember Fisher said. I also think that appreciating the good work that that our staff have done is part of, you know, in putting our money where our mouth is part of it. So I'm, you know, for all the trouble I cause staff, I'm more than willing to support that. But there's about $4.1 million of facility projects that I might support, but I'm not sure that I support, because they're very incremental, and there's, you know, 5 sentences that I'm supposed to support the project. And in some cases we're doubling the budget, and I was looking, you know, at what's in the capital budget, and it's virtually the same language. And so I can't tell what incrementally we're doing for, you know, doubling the budget for these projects. And so I might support them, but I want to see what the proposal is. And so, you know, maybe the guidance that I would provide is like, come back with the $500,000 and the $1 million project, if that's what it is. But and then to take Councilmember King's comment about we're not out of this a slightly different way is I feel like we don't know what we don't know. And before I was even on the council, way back in July during the second budget reading or first budget reading of last year's budget, I suggested that we create a fund for things we don't know that are coming, because we don't know. And every single person on the council, you know, said that I was, you know, off my rocker. And I feel that way right now, that some of this funds we should try and reserve for the things we don't know, because we don't know. And so that's my my general sentiment on this, is that I think we need to be planning for a rainy day a little bit, because we don't know who's all been impacted and we can help them. We don't know that the end is in sight. And I think the one thing that we know is probably not going to get another drop of $8.3 or anything from the federal government like this. And so I do want to make sure that we advance the things that are urgent, and that the things that are where there's good cause, let the proposal come back, and I'm happy to support it. But I feel like we're allocating all this funding right now, and there might be really, really important projects that I'm not aware of right now.
Could I ask a question, just a clarification from what you just said, Brian? And that would be, you're not suggesting that we put money into reserves from this money, because I thought specifically that was one of the areas that we could not put money into.
What I also don't understand is I'm assuming that all of these projects here are going to come back with project proposals. Mm-hmm. Like this isn't, you know, so what I'm unclear on is, you know, in some ways why we're allocating the funding at all instead of having, you know, like a firm proposal. I understand like the bigger picture, but, you know, I just talked about, you know, earlier on the consent calendar, I talked about concern over simple projects that people go outside and be safe moving about the city. And so, you know, I've got a couple of things here, like, you know, creating more outdoor spaces to address things like the 50 people at the skate park and the safety issues that are going on there, and just the need for that. But better mobility was what we tried to do with the Slow Streets program, and now we're tearing that down and we're not replacing it with anything, and we still have the same mobility challenges. And so, you know, I've had a few days to digest this, but I don't think that I fully am ready to commit the whole amount of our one drop from the federal government into projects, for many of the reasons that Councilmember Fisher mentioned, and others. So I'm prepared to support about $3.5 million of urgency items, and the rest of it I think warrant, you know, more analysis and review.
Could you be very specific and just outline which of the ones you do not want to support?
The
the ones that I think I would like to see a proposal for and more justification are the city facility energy efficiency project, the police department upgrades, the fire engine purchase, the FEMA flood modeling, and the climate ready campaign. Those ones I think are the ones that I'd like to get more. And again, going back to the opportunity cost, are we not funding because of this? Okay. So those are the things that I care most about. Like the other ones feel like no-brainers. We need to do them. But when I think about the opportunity cost, my head's spinning too fast to allocate $8.3 million right now.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so Councilmember Kosike, and then we'll go to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is very difficult. I agree with Councilmember Fisher that the first thing I did when this came out was to look and see what we're doing to assist people who need the most help. And I was hoping it would be at least half of what's there, and it's not far off of that. But but then you look at where you're going to take money from, and that's hard as well. I wonder if we could do a little value engineering of the facility work, but I don't know how much that comes to. I had a question about the FEMA flood modeling for two reasons. Number one is I think this has been brought up before, but I sort of saw that as something that was part of the general plan budget to begin with, and I know no budget is ever cast in stone, but also with some of the concerns we get into with building in floodplains and such, it seems to me that we hear about the FEMA models being outdated and using other models like flood factor that look more into the future. I presume, and I guess I'll make this a question of the staff as to, it sounds like we are just locked into having to use the FEMA model in this situation. I do disagree with Vice Mayor Barnacle on the community outreach and engagement for the Climate Ready campaign. I really think that even if we're able to secure the Cool City Challenge funds, that's very important to getting stopping the spinning of our wheels on the Climate Action Commission. But again, I'd like to find a way to move a little bit of money to those who need it most, but I don't have a suggestion other than value engineering of the facilities funding. Thank you.
Thank you, and go to our city manager.
So I want to thank council. I know this isn't easy. We've been trying to refine this since March, and we have been talking to our partners who do serve our most vulnerable. And we also, as a city, are providing services to those people. So it was kind of how do we spread that out to make sure that we are functioning on all cylinders? I do want to emphasize, and Brian mentioned this earlier in his presentation, that these are budget appropriations. So they're top line program project estimates for budgeting purposes. And just like we do with any CIP project, most of these projects will require additional council approval, and we'll come back and we'll have more data. But we need to be able to kind of figure out what we can tackle. And I know that $2.5 million for what we're calling HVAC and energy upgrades at City Hall. It's a building that's used by our public, and when we are fully open, it's a place that's bustling with activity, and our council meetings and our commission meetings and our committee meetings, and it houses staff, and it's going to house more staff, and we can't repopulate it the way we've done it in the past. We are packed in here like sardines. It's just not, it doesn't serve us. we want to make sure that we have, a city hall that can accommodate our community and our community's changing needs. And, we're dealing with the cards that we were dealt. We've got an old building, we've got old facilities, we haven't invested in those facilities. So we're trying to find a balance. And again, these are really, back of the envelope estimates, and anything that doesn't get utilized, we're going to circle back. There is not one time that we leave any money on the table that doesn't get put back out to the community. And you've got my commitment, and you've got staff's commitment for that. So I want you to feel some confidence that there's been a ton of thought put in here. And I'm just gonna say something about, and I'll put my $1,000 on the table and put it right back in the pot. This is not self-serving. We've got staff that have, at great risk, pre any vaccination, provided service 24/7 to this community. And I want to recognize staff's commitment and service to the community. So that is why we're doing that. And I'll conclude my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy, followed by Vice Mayor Barnacle. And you still have your hand up. Did you not finish, Councilmember Pusakate?
No, I finished.
Oh, okay. Your hand's still up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So Councilmember Healy and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I had been prepared to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation with the one exception of holding back the utility customer delinquent account assistance until we know what's happening with SB 222 and mailer bills. I don't believe there's unanimous support for that. I don't believe if I were to make a motion for the first, for the introduction of an ordinance, that we have 4 votes for that. And I guess my question for staff is, can we continue this item to the August 2 meeting if we will have a full council at that time and just start that meeting early? Because I really would not want to get into picking through the various pieces one at a time here tonight.
So that is a question to staff.
Right.
We'll have a full council in August too.
That's true. Yeah. We will have a full council. And because Brian is going to be serving in my stead on the August 2nd, I'm going to ask, but I'm assuming we can start, if council's available, we can start earlier, but there's a lot on that agenda. So
I just don't see a clean way through this tonight.
Okay, well, shall we go on to and come back to you? Are you waiting?
Well, I mean, I want to see what other people think, but I guess I could make a motion to continue this to the August 2 meeting, but that's probably not going to get 4 votes either.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just hold on and see what other people have to say. The Vice Mayor has his hand up, and then I see Gina Benedetti has her hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. And so, is there some of the energy efficiency work? I noticed we don't use financing, and I'm wondering why we don't finance like large projects like an HVAC upgrade, if that's possible. Are we going to look at that at all?
We are absolutely looking at all. We're turning over every rock, and I know that Patrick has been in contact with Jeff Cyphers at Sonoma Clean Power.
Okay. Is there a way that we can, I guess if I could say, if we can create a $1 million rainy day fund, I would feel a lot better about what we could do. Are there numbers that we could adjust to do that?
So the rainy day fund is actually an exclusion of the ARPA funds. So I'm going to say this again, that we looked at every single possibility that we could possibly look at, and then we had to also consider the exclusions, and the rainy day fund is one of them.
So we have to allocate every dollar to some eligible.
Yeah. So let me also say that And, initially the city was supposed to get 8.7 and that got whittled away in Congress. And I'm just saying that we have the money as long as we have it. And I would just say that we probably should have it programmed to the best of our ability, and get that out to the community as soon as we can.
So I hear we can't allocate it to a rainy day. What risk do we run by not allocating $1 million?
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not sure I understand it.
I don't either.
So I hear that we are not allowed to allocate funds to rainy day, right? Unknown or something like that. But what I haven't heard is that we have to allocate every dollar to an eligible project, right? So it's the difference between allocating it and just not allocating all the money. Because I think when we first saw this item back during the budget review, like 50% of it was sort of spoken for and the other part wasn't. And I'm just wondering, like, do we run any risks or can we not allocate a certain part of the money?
If I could start that, maybe, sorry, Council, or maybe Brian, you're better. I was just going to say, as a general matter, what I'm used to with respect to words of federal funding is that the significance of not allocating funding is that to the federal government is that we don't require the funding, and they reallocate it themselves or reappropriate themselves. But I haven't reviewed the details like Brian and Corey have. So Brian, please.
Yeah, I was just going to chime in. So there is, I think we mentioned during the presentation, there is the December 2024 expenditure deadline. That's a relatively hard deadline. There are some very narrow exceptions if you can demonstrate that you have a really amazing project that's going to take you past December of 2024. That said, what I think I'm hearing you say, Vice Mayor, if I could just maybe say it back to you and make sure that I'm hearing you correctly, is, so what if tonight the council appropriated approximately $7 or $7.3 million, deleted a few of the recommendations off of that list, like we've heard the utility bill counts as one, and perhaps there's 400,000 or so of other items that the council wanted to chip away at. Could we go ahead and appropriate the 7.3 million now, and then at some future meeting, whether it's next month or next year, come back with the final $1 million? I think the answer to that question is yes, we could do that. I think there are the unknown consequences that Peggy and Eric were referring to, like what if the federal government backtracks and tries to steal it back from us? There are also the real consequences of, that's $1 million that's not out in the community doing work and helping folks, per the intentions of the ARPA bill itself. So I think the short answer to your question is yes, but there are those impacts that we would need to consider as well.
Understood. Thank you. And I guess I feel like, the rainy or the utility delinquent thing could grow to be $1 million, right? And that's just something where if we didn't have the state funding coming for that, and it grows to $1 million, and we don't have, like, where are we going to make them pay it back, or are we going to do something about that? That's where I just go, like, I don't feel comfortable allocating the full 8.3 million tonight with 1 week to think about this, talk to constituents, and stamp the thing and call it good. So that's why I'm asking, like, if there was $1 million worth of items that could be pulled from this, I'd feel more comfortable having unallocated funds so that we are ready to allocate if there's a strong need that arises that we don't see today.
Could I jump in here for a second, because I'm just going to ask staff if a question that might answer your needs. We have a an emergency reserve fund that is supposed to be 15%, but I believe it is that yet. But isn't that emergency relief fund something that we could use in the way that the vice mayor is suggesting?
We do have an emergency reserve, and it's about roughly 7.9 million in the general fund, and it is there for emergencies. It's there for disasters, pandemics, downturn in the economy. So we can certainly utilize that reserve for those purposes.
Thank you. I did believe that, but I wasn't certain, so I'm glad to get the confirmation on that. I don't know if that gives you any more security, Vice Mayor. But while you're thinking, I'll let our staff, the interim director of Public Works, speak.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. This is a very small item, but I believe Councilmember Posake had made a reference to the FEMA item, and there was a question about what that was for. So, or the necessity of maintaining a FEMA model. And this particular item is really the lifeblood of our ability to upgrade and respond to our flood disasters, and this model will ultimately be integrated with sea level rise model in the upcoming general plan. What the money is going to specifically is a new model of our floodplain, a 2D model using the latest technology for flood modeling. It will update our FEMA maps so that they are more real, so that they're more accurate and reflect what's really happening out there. And I think it's really, really very important. And Sonoma Water and Zone 2A have agreed to fund a large portion of this modeling effort, but they will fund the remapping process. So they'll fund the modeling, but the next shoe to drop, if you will, is taking the new flood model and integrating it into the FEMA rate insurance maps. And we need to do that. We need to be able to integrate all that new modeling, all that stuff into our actual FEMA mapping and remap with FEMA. And that's the piece that Sonoma Water can't fund by their mandate. And so that's the piece we're looking to, the gap that we're filling with this. Thank you.
Thank you. And as our representative to Zone 2A, I will reaffirm what Gina just mentioned and say that one of the reasons, and I have been asking staff about getting this done sooner rather than later, so that we have the sea level rise modeling available for when we're looking at our land use as we're bringing our general plan up to date, and we want that information sooner rather than later, because we don't want to make those decisions without that information. So I also would advocate for that. Okay, so Councilmember King has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to comment on utility bills and where it could go in the future. I mean, the logistics of it is people are not paying their bill currently. Some people are not. They're not having the water turned off. At some point under normal times, if that were to occur, eventually someone's water would be turned off. If we in the future believe that we need more money to provide assistance under some program of that nature, obviously contingent on what the state does and what other possibilities there are, we as a council in the city could address that through the wastewater fund, which is one of the stronger funds we have in the city as far as I'm concerned. It would be at the cost of a capital improvement project being delayed, I would imagine, depending on the amount. But it's not impossible for the city at some point, if we found a need or the majority of the council found a need to address that through another mechanism, another funding source, and the source being the wastewater and water fund. So I just want to comment on that, and I think that's a legitimate concern to raise. And I also think that there's a pragmatic solution within the body, what we have here in our global analysis of our budget. But my main reason for putting my hand up is I'm as the night moves toward later, toward 11, and I'm kind of inclined to agree with Councilmember Healy's suggestion that we maybe start earlier on the 2nd and address this. At that point, I'd hate to push it off 2 weeks, but I'm doing the counting in my head. We've got 6 members. We've got 3 that appear to me to be willing to go forward with a good number of these items, and 3 who are at this point reluctant to go through a good number of these items and might need some more time. So maybe giving everybody 2 more weeks makes some sense. But we can always make a motion and see what happens. But I'd rather do something that personally I would go forward with what the staff recommendation with my one comment about pulling based on SB 222, but I don't see that we have 4 votes for that.
Thank you. I see the city attorney has his hand up, so I will call on him.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly in response to Councilmember King's comments, and hopefully I didn't misunderstand them, but if I did understand them, I wanted to mention that it is not permissible for us to use Prop 218 funds to subsidize other ratepayers. So if that's what Councilmember King was suggesting, so in fact, the ARPA funding is a perfect way, consistent with Prop 218, to be able to make some ratepayers whole without creating a Prop 218 problem, because it doesn't involve some ratepayers subsidizing other ratepayers, and that doesn't really go to the question of the timing, and the council members have raised good points about trying to see, and so did Ms. Hempel, about trying to see about leveraging some funds that may obviate the need for that. But I just wanted to mention that the fact that if we're to do what's been suggested, it would have to be with non-enterprise funds, and we also have to be careful about potentially lending those funds as well for Prop 218 purposes, and also potentially Mitigation Fee Act purposes. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So this is probably a question for the city attorney. Given where we are now with probably not a majority on here tonight to do anything, and the suggestion has been made by a couple of us to continue that, how procedurally should we proceed?
Well, I think the best way is to make a motion to continue and see if there's a second and a majority vote for that. It would seem to me, from just my listening to the meeting, that seems to be like the one thing that might garner majority support tonight, because it was a way for addressing, I think, a majority of the questions, at least potentially.
Okay, I appreciate that. And given that advice, I will make a move to continue this item to August 2, probably for that meeting to start early, and hopefully people can get their concerns addressed in the interim. Thank you.
So we have a motion, and I will call on Councilmember Fisher.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, and then I'm going to call on our Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to speak up for a second on the timing in terms of when the ordinances would go into effect. So if we come back on August 2nd and assuming that there still may not be unanimous support and we go forward with a regular ordinance, because of the council break that occurs basically most of August and into September, that means that the second reading of that ordinance would not occur until September 13th, which would be the next meeting after Labor Day. And then there's the 30-day period, obviously. So you're looking at about middle of October before we would be able to move any of these projects forward. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear to the council.
So if I can jump in on that, I appreciate that.
Yes.
Question for the city attorney. So if we had a first reading of an ordinance on August 2, would we be within our rights to call a special meeting later that week for a second reading?
No, unfortunately, you can introduce ordinances at special meetings, but you have to adopt them at regular meetings unless they're urgency ordinances, which can be done at special meetings.
Yeah.
But one thing I was wondering is, and I again, I'm a little, like most of us, I'm a little tired at this point, and I might have missed it, but it sounded to me like it's at least theoretically possible that there's a majority of the council members that would be able to sign on to, well, it would have to be unanimous support, but that it might be unanimous support for some number of the things that have been identified, not all, but some number, such that an urgency ordinance on some things could go forward, requiring further action, perhaps by a standard ordinance with respect to some others, or maybe
I appreciate that, and I think that's just too complicated for us at this late hour, and it's 1 a.m. where you are, I think.
Right. No, I don't mean tonight, Mike. I was thinking like to address Brian's point about
so you're saying when it comes back on August 2, we can adopt some things unanimously and the other things the first reading.
Right. If staff, we really have our wits about us and we look at good notes from the discussion in the Granicus, we might be able to say, okay, it looks like the council could unanimously support, A through whatever, and tee it up that way to.
No, that would be great. That would be great.
I know, Peggy, if you want to correct me, or Brian, if you do, but at least usually that's possible. I'm just trying to keep options open and move for stuff.
No, that makes sense. And there may be a way we can prepare the ordinances a bit flexible so that we have an urgency template and a regular template, and we can drop in
the
proposals on
and have a bit of a menu. If we can do, I think that may be optimal. Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion and a motion by Healy and a second by Fisher on the before us. So if there's not any more discussion, did I see? Okay, now, that's Gina's hand. Okay, we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Kosike? I saw you mouth yes, but
Yes.
you didn't. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously with Councilmember McDonald absent.
Thank you very much. And at this time, could I get a motion and a second for going beyond 11 o'clock for our final agenda item? Vice Mayor?
I'll make a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock.
And Councilmember Fisher?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, and do we need a roll call vote on that? City Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Kosike?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with Councilmember McDonald absent.
Thank you very much. And so with that, we will go to the public hearing item. And this is a public hearing to receive public comment, amend the engineer's report as appropriate, and adopt a resolution ordering the improvements, confirming the engineer's report, and levying annual assessments for Landscape Assessment District fiscal year 21-22. And I believe, I'm not certain if this is Cindy Chong or if this is Aaron. So, oh, it is
Thank
Cindy
you, Madam
Chong.
Mayor. I'm going to go
Okay,
ahead and bring
thank
this
you.
forward. Madam Mayor, council members, I know it's late. Thank you so much for letting me be the cleanup and the last item on the agenda tonight. I bring forward to you for the second time the LADs, the assessment for the LADs for this fiscal year. As the mayor told you, this is to hold the public hearing to make any adjustments to the engineer's report and to request that you adopt the resolution ordering improvements and confirming the diagrams, maps for this fiscal year. I'm here to answer any questions that you have or anything that you want to bring forward.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the council? I'm not seeing any hands raised. So let's see if there's any public comment on this item from the city clerk.
Madam Mayor, no comments on this item.
Okay, can I ask our moderator to see if there's anyone in attendance who would like to speak on this? We'll open the public hearing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this public hearing item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. I'm looking to the audience and I do not see any hands, Madam Mayor, so I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. With that, we will close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. I see Council Member Fisher has her hand up.
Yeah, I was going to go ahead and make the motion for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and we need a second.
Second.
Second from the Vice Mayor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no one's hand raised, we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
No.
King,
Yes.
Kosake.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1 with Councilmember Healy voting no and Councilmember McDonald absent.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we are adjourned for the evening. So our next meeting is August 2nd, and there was discussion about that meeting being early. Would staff have any idea, in case the public is interested in knowing how early that would be?
I would say, given what we have on the agenda, I would ask if we could start at 5 o'clock, if that's possible.
Okay, so everybody let staff know if you cannot make it at 5 o'clock. So with that, thank you very much, and we're adjourned for the evening.
No, thank you.
The